Well, well, well. The Cowboys score 40 plus points again at home and beat the brakes off the Washington Commanders. Let's go. Let's go. This Cowboys team has the potential to be one of the best teams in the league. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we go live, we'll post another video, and we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, please do. We have a lot of great things coming up this season. Let's go. Man, let me tell y'all something. The Cowboys, boy, if this Cowboy team can just get this defense together, they're going to score. I just don't know of many teams that can hold the Cowboys below 30 points. If their defense, and I said this the other day, if their defense can just hold teams to 24, the Cowboys will literally beat every single team they play from this point forward. This is a super offense. It's loaded. It's absolutely loaded. Only thing we're going to be talking about today on this show is we're going to be talking about this Cowboys victory, and we're going to be looking for post-game interviews, all those things. This is just about the Cowboys beating the Washington Commanders. We'll look at some other NFC scores around the league also as we go. Hey, let me tell y'all something. Tell me anything you want to about Green Bay being better than the Cowboys and the Cowboys losing that trade. Tell me anything you want to. Man, I'm telling you, the Cowboys, if they can just get this thing together defensively, they in like Flynn. I'm telling you, they are in like Flynn. All right, let's get a quick roll call, and then we're going to get the rolling, and we're going to unpack this Dallas Cowboys box score. Again, we're going to look at some scores around the NFL, see if we can get us some post-game interviews, and then we're going to go back over what I said the keys to victory were for the Cowboys, and let's see if I was a prophet this week as it applies to the Dallas Cowboys. Man, I'm telling you, this offense looks unstoppable, point blank. It looks unstoppable. This may literally be, I don't want to yet put it up there with that 90s Cowboys team, but man, that 92 this offense looks unstoppable. It looks unstoppable, guys. I'm telling us. All right, let's get this thing going. Let's get a quick roll call. I know I'm not going to be able to get all y'all in, but I'm going to get as many of y'all in as a short amount of time as I can. Man, excited about this Cowboys win. Even got to see some Jaden Blue today. The Cowboys need to mix Jaden Blue more into this game plan. They got to mix him in. Let's get a quick roll call, and then we're going to get right into this, breaking this game down. We them boys. We them boys. Let's go. Kirk Wigley, he said we went mad most of the time today. Yes, sir. Terry Tatum, what up with you? Carlito Cash up in this thing. He said the boys balled. Eberflus Finally showed some emotion. Carlito Cash. That is my biggest takeaway from this game. That's my biggest takeaway. I have not seen Matt Eberflus like this one time this entire season. That is my biggest takeaway from this thing. Travis Beck up in this thing. He said Shotty should let Aubrey get the record. We was within range for home because that 61-yard kick would have been good from 69-ish. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sooner fan 1985 defense stepped up. Let's go. C, show, GH1, what up with you? Yes, sir. Great win for the Cowboys today. Tristan York, appreciate that $10 super chat. Yes, sir. He said, love everything I seen today. Was so impressed with this team in all three phases. I was too. We're dangerous. Man, I love it. My prediction was 35-21 Cowboys. Bland's pick 6. DC4L. Yeah. Carlito Cash. Hey, you said it before I was going to talk about it. Defense looked better without Diggs. But I'm going to tell you why I think the defense looked better without Diggs. That's the thing we got to understand. Why do we think this defense look better without Diggs? Michael Smooth in this thing. Big Moss Dog up in here. What is going on? Yes. Let's go. David Duval. Lord Nova 85. Ron Haddle. What up with you, my brother? He said, gee, love the win when the defense play a lot better today. If we play like that going forward, look out. Man, I'm telling you. If we can hold every team below 24, there's not a team that can beat the Cowboys. Yeah. Kirk Wigley. Their wide receivers were out. But their running game was there, and we stopped them boys. Yeah, we stopped them on the run. All right, let's get some more greetings in here before we get into this show. It's 400 and something of y'all in here. I'm not gonna be able to get everybody, but I appreciate everybody being in here. I see somebody greeting my sister LaQueen. LaQueen, what's going on with you? TME greatness. Yes, the defense did good today. Yes, Made Man 609. What up with you? He said, let's not forget the Redskins had 3 starting receivers. Oh, we're not gonna forget that. We're not going to forget that. But the injuries are part of the game. A win is a win. DC4L. And Made Man, I tell you this, Cowboys defensive line looked a lot better. They did. Man, I saw some man. I saw some blitz. I saw everything we've been asking from the Cowboys. Man, real estate, he said it feels good to be a Cowboys. Banks to OG, what up? I like the adjustments on D. However, decimated Washington receiving core is the best yardstick to measure by. It's not. But the running game is. LaQueen, 44-22. I'll take it out. Bout them Cowboys. I'll take it too. What's going on? Angela Brewer, what up in this thing? Kirk Wigley, what up in this thing? Yeah, I'm loving everything about what this Cowboys did today. Katharina Kiss, I see you up in here. Booby D, 5 points of the star. Yeah, I love it. Great win. Roy Clay, P20, what P2? Is that P2L? What's going on with you? Alicia Ham, what's going on? What's going on? She said, Nation, I am him. What's going on? Good to see you. Rodney Evans up in this thing. Dolores Ennis, what up? Douglas Harrison. Man, too many of y'all in here. I can't get all of y'all. But let's get this thing cracking. My theme of the day. Something, in the words of Keith Sweat, something just ain't right. Yeah, I know. 3 wide receivers for the Commanders were out. But this defense played different. But it's not the fact that the defense played different that I want to call to our attention. Matt Eberflus called the game different. Not only did he call the game different, his emotion was different than any game I've seen this season. Could it be that one of Matt Eberflus's problems is Trevon Diggs? Could that be one of his problems? Because today, to me, it's not just the defensive adjustments. That, to me, is second. I'm looking at this man's demeanor without Trevon Diggs on the sidelines. without Trayvon Diggs in the game, Matt Eberflus looked like an entirely different coach. Y'all tell me what y'all think. I think Matt Eberflus looked like an entirely different coach. He actually looked like he gave a doggone today. He looked like he gave a doggone today. The man actually looked like he cared about keeping the job. The man was coaching. The man was coaching today. And yes, 3 wide receivers were out, but the man was coaching. He ran man. He ran some zone. He ran some blitz. He was running all kinds of things. And I find it to be strange without Trayvon Diggs. I'm just telling you, man, sometimes you got to accept the fact. This dude, Matt Eberflus, I don't think he's very fond of this man. And of course, I don't think Trayvon Diggs is very fond of him. The Cowboys may need to really start thinking about this thing with Trayvon Diggs if they're not already thinking about it. Byron Joe DeVede, he said, defense looked better without Diggs. But Byron Joe, but why? Why did it look better without Diggs? Sometimes you have to realize that when you got a player who's pushing back against an entire system the way Diggs is, and how that has an effect on everybody around him, including the coaching staff. I'm telling you. Nah, man, Matt Eberflus was moving with a whole different energy today. Man, I'm talking about butt patting, high-fiving. I'm like, is this Matt Eberflus? This dude today looked like he matched Brian Schottenheimer's energy. Because normally, he doesn't. He doesn't. It's crazy. Alex, appreciate that super chat. He said we need the Cowboys to play like this every week. Eagles better be prepared whenever they come to Dallas. That division will be ours. Let me tell you something. I agree with you. And they better stack up wins before they see us. They're not sweeping the Cowboys. I don't believe for a second they're sweeping the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to get the next game from them. They better stack up wins before they see us. Start guarding. Flus, you see what man in blitzing does? Start guarding next. Let me ask you a question, though. I told y'all the other day Eberflus is not dumb. I don't think Eberflus is dumb. But what if Eberflus was just saying, this defense with Trayvon Diggs can't do the things they're asking me to do. But he goes out there without Diggs today and did everything that they had been wanting him to do. I'm telling you, this man sent a message. Matt Eberflus, to me, sent a message. JCT Slice, he said, gee, Dak was on one today. Yeah, he was. He said, I think the media was too quick to crown Jaden and put him over Dak already. That was this told me. We still have 4. You know, JCT Slice. JCT. Isn't it crazy to you? Because it's crazy to me. That there was actually a discussion before the season started, and people were saying that Dak Prescott isn't even the best quarterback in the NFC East, let alone the NFC, and now we're watching Dak Prescott sit atop the NFL. Isn't that strange, JCT? Strange, isn't it? Start guarding next. He said, I give credit to Shotty for defense also. He made it his business to be in the defense meetings all week this week. I give him credit too. Start guarding next. I've already said this about Brian Schottenheimer. The thing I'm giving Brian Schottenheimer credit for, let me tell y'all something. When you got a coach that's coaching in spite of Jerry Jones, and the thing I give Brian Schottenheimer credit for, and I said this from the beginning, Brian Schottenheimer knows what Jerry Jones is. And he took the job full well knowing what Jerry Jones is. And Brian Schottenheimer said, I'm willing to work with that. And I'm not going to do anything to disparage the front office. I'm not going to do anything to put this team against Jerry Jones in the front office. Instead, this is going to be a team. I'm giving Brian Schottenheimer credit because Brian Schottenheimer has been doing everything within his power to make this Dallas Cowboys team better. And the thing that I give him credit for is that he has fought to make this a team at a time that if this was any other coach, this team would be destroyed. This dude, Brian Schottenheimer's done a great job. Great job. Tristan York, Clowney and Ezra had sacks. Tristan York, I had that on my list. Yes. Yes. Tristan York, appreciate that next super chat. He said they played more man this game, Brady said. He's curious on how this defense looks moving forward. I think sky's the limit with the defense. Diggs! Yeah. I'm telling you, man. Matt Eberflus, this dude was moving different without Trevon Diggs in there. It seemed like he was coaching more freely. He was willing to take chances. He was willing to, if it was going to require him to get beat, he was willing to get beat. Why did he do it? Why did he do it the week that Trevon Diggs is out? Why did he do it? Could be merely coincidence. But I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus moving different. Moving different without Diggs in there. K. Choice said, what's good, G? Diggs pushing back against the scheme and he wasn't even in training camp. God is good. All the time. All the time. All the time. I'm telling you, K. Choice, Matt Eberflus sent a message today. Jamalism, he said, what up, G? He said, could Diggs be a cancer? We need to trade him. Jamalism. I'm telling you, something is amok. Something is amok in this whole situation. I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus, that is the theme of this entire game for me. Man, I'm looking at Matt Eberflus on that sideline, and I'm asking the question, whose coach is that? Whose coach is this? Whose coach is this meeting this team? He's on the field, smiling, screaming, let's go, butt patting, high-fiving, low-fiving. Man, I thought this dude was going to do a cartwheel and a doggone breakdance spin. Matt Eberflus was coaching his butt off with what he had. He was coaching his butt off with what he had. And you could just tell this dude was coaching way more freely than we've seen over the last 6 weeks. Something strange here. I'm telling you, something strange. Sub-Zero Prime, he said, I loved how hard the entire team played for each other today. Sub-Zero Prime. Boy, it is amazing how a person can make a difference. He said this should have sealed it for Diggs to leave. Cut the cancer. Sub-Zero. And I don't think this is about, because some people, they all in their feelings about Trevon Diggs. I don't think this is about Trevon Diggs' performance per se. I think this is about Trevon Diggs' attitude. I think this is about his attitude. I think he rubbed Matt Eberflus the wrong way. Because I find it strange that the week he's out, Matt Eberflus does everything that everybody's been asking. Why isn't he doing it? I'm telling you. Hey, Star Guardian X, he said, I feel like Diggs might be part of a trade package. Oh, I would love it. I would love for Diggs to get a fresh start. And I would love for the Cowboys to move on from Diggs because it's another thing that's holding this team back. It's just another thing because, man, let me tell you something. This is why this is not about Trevon Diggs' performance to me. Some of it is about his performance, but it's not about his performance to me. This dude has an attitude. And I think the attitude, Flus don't like this man's attitude. Love it, like it, or hate it. Flus don't like this man's attitude. Because I'm telling you, this dude was moving different all day. Edward Frazier, we should have been scoring all day. Edward Frazier, I think we could have scored more touchdowns today. But because the Cowboys, I believe, was kind of so far up on them, I think the Cowboys were letting off the gas a little bit. Man, the Cowboys can probably put up 50 on any. I think we're going to see a 50 burger before it's all said and done. We're going to see a 50 burger by the Cowboys. Tristan Yorkie said Pickens and Lamb, best wide receiver duo, hands down. I said it at the beginning of the season. You can argue who's got the best wide receiver of the duos, but you can't, it's hard to argue that any of the second wide receivers are better than George Pickens. It's hard to argue. It is hard to argue against George Pickens. George Pickens is a beast. And I'm telling you, man, if they can just get this defense together, if Matt Eberflus can use this, the Jets game was a good launching point. Fell backwards a little bit against the Carolina Panthers. Got back on track today. The Cowboys are going to what? Denver. I think we're going to Denver next. And I'm telling you, the New York Giants gave Denver all they can handle. If the New York Giants gave Denver all they can handle, whew, they better get ready for the Cowboys. They better get ready for the Cowboys. Because the Giants' offensive experience, it ain't nothing like the Cowboys. The Cowboys can beat you every which way but loose. And I was so glad today to see Jaden Blue get in the game. I was so glad to see Jaden Blue today. And I'm telling you, just keep watching Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue got a different kind of speed. Jaden Blue has a different kind of speed. Cowboys have got to find a way to get him more into the game because I'm telling you, he got a different speed, man. And it seems like to me, for whatever reason, Flus seems to be trying to work him in slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. But he looked, what I saw today, I love what I saw today from Jaden Blue. All right, let's kind of look at some box scores here. We got a lot to talk about here tonight. Let's kind of look at some box scores. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, I want to look at some box scores real quick. And who was jumping for joy when Deron Bland had that pick six? Man, I was jumping for joy on that pick six. I mean, it was Marcus Mariota. I mean, hey, it was Marcus Mariota. But nevertheless, man, I liked it. I absolutely liked it. Jamal Ism said, we owe Detroit a 50-piece. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big C from Tennessee. What's going on? Big C from Tennessee. Big C from Tennessee. Big C from Tennessee. Forgive me. But I kept doing the same thing, Big C. I said, who is number 25? This dude was playing his butt off today. This dude, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he somebody that we had early on in training camp? Let me look real quick. I think he was somebody that we had early on. Let's see. That was Triquez. That's who okay, because I kept asking. I said, is that Triquez? I just didn't realize I call him Triquez, not understanding his last name was Bridges. Triquez Bridges balled today. Triquez Bridges balled today. Yes. Big C from Tennessee. That was Triquez. Now, isn't it crazy? We brought Triquez Bridges and Reddy in right before the season started. I want y'all to think about this. Not in training camp. We brought them in basically from the streets. From them streets, as we used to say in the hood. Brought them from the streets. Both of these dudes. Reddy has played extremely well for the Cowboys in the slot. Traquez Bridges, hats off. He played well today, Big C from Tennessee. He played well today, bro. Yeah, he played well. I was impressed. I was impressed with Traquez. Okay, I thought that was him. I was wondering if that was him. Yeah. Angie the Rebel Chicks, what's going on with you? Angie said the Diggs hate. Angie, I don't think this is hate. That's why I preface this with, this isn't about Diggs' performance. This thing with Matt Eberflus is not about Diggs' performance. It's not about Diggs' performance. There is something up with Matt Eberflus, and I'm sure a big part of it is Trayvon Diggs pushing back against Matt Eberflus in the court of public opinion, trying to influence, I guess, what Matt Eberflus is doing. But I also think that Matt Eberflus has been pushing back on Trayvon Diggs because I don't believe Matt Eberflus has any confidence in Trayvon Diggs. None. I don't think he has any in him. No confidence in Trayvon Diggs. And so at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter if it's performance because that's why I wasn't tripping. That's why I'm saying this ain't about Diggs' performance. There is something personal between Eberflus and Diggs. Something personal between Eberflus and Diggs. And so I'm just telling you, Katharina Kiss says that because Diggs wasn't playing. This entire defense, they were moving with a different energy without Diggs out there. This entire defense. Eberflus, I'm telling you, I didn't even recognize this dude. Maybe some of y'all did. I didn't recognize this dude today. I did not. I did not recognize Matt Eberflus. I was like, where's this dude been? Because I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, he doesn't match Shotty. His energy doesn't match Shotty. He's boring. Well, he wasn't boring today. Shoot, he had his contacts in or something. He took them Fantastic Four glasses off, and this dude, he wasn't over there looking like he could do your taxes. This dude was over there looking like a doggone football coach. This dude was coaching his butt off today. Man, if we would have seen this Matt Eberflus the previous 6 games, man, I got a strange feeling. We at least win. We might have won 2 more of them games. We might have won 2 more of them games. Shoo. Alicia said Matt had emotion. Shoo. Didn't he though, Alicia? Man, I'm telling y'all, I didn't know who this dude was. I didn't know who Eberflus was. Man, Mark, I'm telling you, man, I don't think this is about hating on Trayvon Diggs. Because I'm not making this as much about his performance. I don't think this dude, I think he rubs Matt Eberflus the wrong way. I really think he rubs Matt Eberflus the wrong way. And I don't think it's just the talking. I just think he rubs him the wrong way. And in some respects, you got to ask yourself, if Diggs wasn't owed, $13, $16 million this year, do you think he'd be playing? I'm not sure he'd be playing. Dominique Pittman, hey, I'm just telling you, man. You tell me, Dominique Pittman, when have you seen Matt Eberflus the way he was today? You tell me. Tony Stanford, he said Diggs is the problem. I'm telling us, something is up about that, and that was the theme of the day. The way Matt Eberflus came out in this game, Trayvon Diggs, without Trayvon Diggs, man, that dude, I'm going to go as far as to even say that dude looked happy today. Matt Eberflus looked happy today. And his play calling showed it. His play calling showed it. Angie, you know what? You got to give him credit for doing his job. You don't have to, but I'm giving him credit for doing his job because I don't really think he necessarily did his job today. I don't think he did his job today. I think Matt Eberflus went above and beyond on his job today. Because even in Chicago, I watched Matt Eberflus when he was coaching Chicago, and I didn't see what I saw today. I didn't see what I saw today. I'm giving him credit. I'm giving him credit because if you can't give a person credit for doing their job, then we can't give Dak Prescott credit for being the best quarterback in the league because in actuality, he's the best paid quarterback in the league. Isn't that the expectation? Does anybody have any other expectation for Dak Prescott? He's the highest paid quarterback in the league. People could literally write Dak Prescott off and just say, well, we expect that from him. He should be three touchdowns in 4 games straight. Yeah, he should be making those historical numbers. Why? Because he makes the most money. No, I'm going to give Dak Prescott credit for what Dak Prescott should be doing. He should be the most dominant quarterback in the league, but I'm still going to give him credit for it. And Matt Eberflus today, I got to give him, I got to give him more credit. And Andrew, you know, we ain't got no problems. I'm giving Matt Eberflus way more credit than just doing his job. Now, Matt Eberflus coached his butt off today. Not just in the X's and O's. It's not the X's and O's today for me. That's why I keep saying the theme of this game is Matt Eberflus and his demeanor. The way he was coaching. It wasn't his coaching. It was the way he was coaching. This dude was actually coaching like he had joy. He was happy. He loves the job. And I mean the plays he was coaching so carefree. He was willing to get beat. He was willing to get beat. If it meant blitzing, he was willing to get beat. He said, I'm not going to go out like a sucker. Y'all remember I was saying that? He didn't go out like a sucker today. No, Matt Eberflus coached his butt off. I got to give him credit. I give a man credit what credit is due. Matt Eberflus coached his butt off today. Yeah, Darren said, yeah, he cared about his job. I'm just telling us. And I don't think this is necessarily about Trevon Diggs' performance. And this is why I say we got to, there's a lot of Trevon Diggs apologists out there. I don't really understand it, but there's a lot of Trevon Diggs apologists out there. But this thing with Matt Eberflus, I'm not worried about I'm not so much as worried about Trevon Diggs' performance. This is deeper than this man's performance. Because not only did Matt Eberflus, and I'm telling you, just think about this objectively. It wasn't just Matt Eberflus. The defense looked different without Trevon Diggs. The players were playing different without Trevon Diggs. I'm watching a defense today that was physical. Why is that coincidentally without Trevon Diggs? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I see. Why was everything different without Trevon Diggs? And that is scary. When people play better without you, I'm just telling you. That's telling you something. Junior said, what up, Jay? This is a purge. This is what change of culture looks like. Culture problem has always been the defense. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I've already been saying that there are players on this defense that needs to be cleared out. Trevon Diggs, I think it would be best for the Cowboys, and I think it would be best for Trevon Diggs that the Cowboys try to find a way to trade him. For Trevon Diggs' sake and for the Cowboys' sake. Man, all these rumors are out there. Trevon Diggs no longer wants to play for the Cowboys. And one of the reasons why Trevon Diggs don't want to play for the Cowboys is simply because they got rid of Michael Parsons. Man, you don't want that on your team. I'm just being honest. You don't want that on your team. The Cowboys, for Trayvon Diggs' sake and their sake, should immediately start trying to trade Trayvon Diggs. Immediately. For his sake and theirs, immediately. G Love 9, appreciate that super chat. And I'm telling you, I'm not just banking this, or I'm not basing this on Trayvon Diggs' performance necessarily, because I think this is deeper than this man's performance. It is either the biggest coincidence in the world, or this dude is some kind of problem on this team, because this defense looked different. They look different. And it's not just the fact that I saw man. It's not just the fact that I saw blitz. It's not just the fact some of the creativity that Matt Eberflus used. The thing that I'm looking at is the demeanor of the players. Nobody finds it strange how great the communication was this week. Nobody finds that to be strange. How great the communication was this week. The communication obviously was great this week. You narrowly saw anything out there going wrong. I'm just telling you. That's all I'm telling you. And sometimes, man, it's just better for a player to move on and go somewhere else. Trayvon Diggs needs to go somewhere where somebody can use him or want to use him, give him a fresh start. Go to a team that's going to cater to what he does. But I'm just telling you, man, they're all just, these things are not coincidences. They're not coincidences, church. I'm telling you. This team looked different, not just because of the calls. They looked different. USMC, he said, give Elam props. He played a good game, man. He played a great game. Him and Triquez Bridges. Man, Bridges played the game like he won a job. He had a bad call against him. Yeah, Elam. Yeah. That was not pass interference on Elam. Had a bad call against him. Should have won 42-15. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I get you, USMC. Yeah, Elam played a lot better today. Sub-Zero Prime said, keep Diggs out with phantom concussion until November the 4th. Man. I'm just telling us. Something was up today, and this team looked different. Let's kind of look at the box score as we kind of wait on some more things to come down today. Let's look at the box score. One of the things that was so impressive about the Cowboys today, look at the first quarter score. Incredible. The Cowboys came out and did something that they had been failing at doing the last few weeks. The Cowboys came out and they scored on their first drive of the game. Not only did they score on their first drive of the game, the Cowboys put up 17 points in the first quarter. Now, tell me anything you want to about these wide receivers being out on the Washington Commanders team. Well, what about the defense? Cowboys slaughtered them boys. 17 in the first quarter, 10 in the second quarter, 14 in the third quarter, and we don't even have to worry about the third quarter because the Cowboys were kind of in cruise control mode. I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see Joe Milton. But all this is telling me, since we didn't see Joe Milton at the third quarter mark, seems like we're seeing Dak Prescott, because I think this year they're gonna try to get Dak Prescott that MVP, because in 2023 they took Dak Prescott out in the fourth quarter of quite a few games. Dak Prescott would have had even more touchdowns and stats had they not taken him out in the fourth quarter. In 2023, they left Dak Prescott in this game. I was a little bit surprised. But even when you look at the fact of how they left Dak Prescott in, he only threw the ball 30 times, very efficient, 264 yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, Dak Prescott has been absolutely on fire. Javonte Williams came back with a vengeance today. 19 carries, 116 yards, 1 touchdown. And I give the Cowboys so much credit because the Washington Commanders are a running team. The Cowboys held them to 136 yards rushing. And when you tell me that the Cowboys were able to hold them to 136 yards rushing, understanding that Jaden Daniels is typically a big part of their running game, you think about this. Jaden Daniels was 8 for 35. 34 of those rushing yards came from Marcus Mariota, who still got wheels on him. They hold Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to 13 carries, 33 yards. Them boys were balling today. Because last I checked, there was nothing wrong with the run game. Jeremy McNichols, Chris Rodriguez, man, the Cowboys balled today. They balled today. Now again, we gonna preface this with, now we're not done. They had 3 wide receivers out today. They're starting 3 wide receivers out today. And I'm sure that made a difference. I don't think it makes a big enough difference to where they win, but it made a difference. And so the Cowboys today, just kind of looking at some of the things they did, Dak Prescott, 21 of 30, 264 yards, 3 touchdowns. Again, Javonte Williams. And here it is, Jaden Blue, 7 for 29 yards. I'm telling y'all, when this dude runs the ball, he runs with a fluidity and a different speed than everyone else. They got to get Jaden Blue more into space and see if this dude can get, if they can ever get this dude to where it's only one man, Jaden Blue is going to pay off in spades for the Cowboys. 7 for 29, 4.1 yard average. But again, I understand what Brian Schottenheimer likes to do. Brian Schottenheimer likes a power run game, and he kept pouring that power run game on the Washington Commanders. And so, man, this is a good start for Jaden Blue. He had as many carries today as he had in 2 games. But when you think 7 for 29, 4.1 yards a carry, I'll take it. We need to get him more. CeeDee Lamb came back with a vengeance, 5 receptions, 110 yards. He looked very good today. George Pickens, 4 for 82, looked very good today. Jake Ferguson continues to be a touchdown machine. I mean, you're not going to get yards after the catch and things like that, but he is a safety valve for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott loves him. 2 touchdowns on the day. Kevontae Turpin, 1 for 17. Jalen Tolbert, 1 for 16. Jaden Blue, 1 for 5. Hunter Lipke, 1 for 3. Javonte Williams, 1 for 2 in the passing game. I'm just telling us, man, the Cowboys got so many weapons. And with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb being the kind of weapons that they are, when you look at that, this is exactly the weapon list that we want. This is exactly what we've been looking for. CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert, Jaden Blue, Hunter Lipke, and Javonte Williams. That is the weaponry that you want to be the recipient of everything that Dak Prescott is doing in the passing game. Man, let me tell you something. This right here, boy, sisters and brothers, this right here, teams got to be looking at this, and I bet you defense coordinators are having nightmares looking at this right here. The Cowboys were not even hitting on all cylinders today. They were not even, I'm telling us this is crazy. They were not even on all cylinders and they scored 44 points. Whew, man. How do you score 44 points and you still not hitting on all cylinders? Boy, this Cowboys offense is insane. That's all I can tell you. It's insane. Green Beret, he said, do you think he's going to be gone? I don't think he's staying. Dallas did pull back. We're saving 50 for the Eagles. Yeah, I think he's going to be gone. And I don't think this is a performance thing. I just don't think this is a performance thing. Trayvon Diggs And people, it's amazing to me that people don't want to admit this part of this. This isn't just the fact that Matt Eberflus don't want Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs don't want to be here. This isn't a performance thing. He don't want to be here. And I don't, if we can't see that Trayvon Diggs don't want to be here, Trayvon Diggs don't want to be here. There's just too many things that you can tell that this dude don't want to be here. He don't. And so it would behoove the Cowboys to see what they can get for Trayvon Diggs. Bama Boy said it's not all Diggs, G. That's my Bama Boy all day. We need pass rushers. Our run defense was fired today. Where was this last week? Better buckle up. And we did today. Bama Boy, you want to know where it was? You didn't notice Trayvon Diggs wasn't on the field? I'm not talking about the performance, Bama Boy. That's why I keep prefacing this. This is not about the performance. There seems to be some bad blood between Matt Eberflus and Trayvon Diggs. It just does. It seems to be some bad blood. Love it, like it, or hate it. There seems to be some bad blood between these two. Because I'm not just looking at how he called the game. I'm looking at the attitude that he called the game with. I'm looking at the way he called the game. I'm looking at how the players, how they were responding, how the players were playing. That's something more than performance. That's something more than performance. And again, y'all got to tell me, why were they communicating today? Why? Why were they communicating today? Why were they communicating so well today? You can tell me what you want to. But this team, everything that they said they had a problem with, why is it today they didn't have that problem? Now, a part of it is 3 wide receivers were out. But why didn't they have all these communication problems today? They just look different and move different. This is the same team, the Washington Commanders, that went out there and almost beat the Chicago Bears with injuries. Sub-Zero said keep Diggs out with the phantom concussion until November the 4th. Yeah, we read that earlier. I forgot. I'm sorry, Sub-Zero. But nevertheless, it's still a sticking point. Star Guardian X, tackling got a bit better, and we were a bit physical. And again, why was the demeanor of this team so different today? Why was the demeanor of the team so different? Star Guardian X said, I really hope Jones pays Pickens. A little nervous. Nah, don't be nervous. Star Guardian X, I've been saying this from the beginning. All roads point to George Pickens. Always have. Even not signing Michael Parsons was pointing to George Pickens. They're going to pay George Pickens. They're not going to franchise him. I don't believe they're going to franchise him. They're going to pay George Pickens. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys gave CeeDee Lamb. How about just give CeeDee Lamb a raise? Give CeeDee Lamb a raise and then pay George Pickens $33 million a year. George Pickens is probably going to get paid around 31, 32, 33 million for the Cowboys. Book it. This team is fantastic with George Pickens. And I don't think Jerry's going to let it go. The one thing I know Jerry likes is offense. Jerry loves offense. All right, let's look at the defense before some more, and then we'll be waiting on the videos to start coming down from the offense. Coming down, the press conference start coming down. Kenneth Murray Jr. today. Boy, I got to give Kenneth Murray credit. Kenneth Murray today played like somebody who knows what the heck he's doing. Kenneth Murray today played like somebody who knows what the heck he's doing. 6 tackles, 3 assists, and 1 sack. Kenneth Murray Jr. today looked good. Deron Bland today, man, he was tackling his butt off. 4 tackles, 2 assists, 1 interception, and of course, Deron Bland, pick 6. Triquez Bridges, Man, I'm telling you, Triquez Bridges played his butt off today. I loved seeing Marquise Bell. 4 tackles, 2 assists, 6 tackles in all. Shamar James looked, he's continuing to get better. Shamar James, 3 tackles, 4 assists, 1 sack. Donovan Ezeraku, standing ovation. Standing ovation for Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku played his butt off today, and he got him a sack. Elijah Clark, Kyer Elam, I'm with you, USMC. He played well today, too. He looked a lot better. Donovan Wilson looked really good, I thought, down in the box. And, of course, the 3 starting wide receivers were out, so he didn't get tested as much. James Houston is just James Houston. Solomon Thomas has been playing well all season. Jadeveon Clowney looked really good today. 1 tackle, 4 assists, and 1 sack. Looked really good. Dante Fowler, 1 tackle. Oso Digizua, 1 assist. And just overall, Cowboys defense just looked a lot better. They just looked a lot better. 44-22. All right, let's check over here on DallasCowboys.com real quick, and then we're gonna come back over here. I want to see if we're getting some Cowboys interviews in yet. But man, I am just telling you, the theme of the day for me, it is not the way, it's not the game that Matt Eberflus called. That's not what's alarming to me. What I'm looking at with Matt Eberflus is the demeanor in which he called the game. That's what I'm like, this dude today just looked different. Matt Eberflus looked happy. I haven't seen that in Matt Eberflus all season. And I think it really, really showed with the way the team responded today. All right, let's see here. Man, I'm telling you, he is one of these people, man, he needs to be, I want to hear Matt Eberflus. I want to hear from him tonight. I hope Matt Eberflus talks tonight because he deserves to be at the podium, because I really want to know, bro, what got into you? What got into you? What had you like you were today? So let's go over here to Brian Schottenheimer. It looks like it just came down about 5 minutes ago. Brian Schottenheimer press conference, hot off the press. Let's see what Brian Schottenheimer said today. I am very interested in this particular interview because I'm pretty sure some other people are going to be asking him today, what was different? Let's roll it.
I mean, they played really hard like they always do. I thought Calvin
Watkins, Dallas Morning News. What do you think the difference was today with your defense?
Amazing. That's the first question, isn't it? You don't have to be a rocket scientist, guys. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that defense was playing different. Matt Eberflus, again, it's not the game he called for me. It's how he was calling the game. The demeanor he was calling the game with. That's what I'm looking at. This dude was calling this game like he was relieved, like he was happy. That's how he called the game. USMC, appreciate that super chat. He said, I don't think Pickens is human. He said, I think Atlas dropped him off. My wife said, that's where our daughter gets these words. You got to be blanking. Yeah. Man, let me tell you something. USMC, I was telling my wife about this on the way home today. People have lied to y'all about Dak Prescott. People have lied to y'all about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott elevates people around him, in particular, wide receivers, tight ends. Dak Prescott has gotten some players paid in this league. When you think about the Dalton Schultz, the Cedric Wilsons, the Noah Browns, Dak Prescott has gotten some players. I mean, you think Michael Gallup. Dak Prescott has absolutely gotten some players paid. CD Lamb. CD Lamb. When you look at their 2023 campaign, it was incredible because Rain Dakota Prescott. Look at how George Pickens looks with Rain Dakota Prescott. People do not give Dak Prescott, USMC. They don't give this man credit for how good he is. Dak Prescott will take a great wide receiver like CD Lamb and make him elite. He takes a great wide receiver now like George Pickens, makes him elite. Takes a good tight end like Jake Ferguson. Do y'all know Dak Prescott got Jake Ferguson paid? Jake Ferguson ought to have a clause in his contract to where Dak Prescott gets 3% of his contract like an agent because Dak Prescott got Jake Ferguson paid. Who will argue that Jake Ferguson is a great tight end? He's a great tight end with Dak Prescott. He's not a run after the catch tight end. He's not a dynamic tight end. But the difference is he's Dak Prescott's tight end. And when you're Dak Prescott's tight end, man, this dude, Dalton Schultz, there is no doubt in anybody's mind anymore that Dalton Schultz is going to score double-digit touchdowns this year. This dude, Dalton Schultz, is probably going to have 14, 15 touchdowns. George Pickens is probably going to have what? 12, 13, 14 touchdowns. CD Lamb, 14, 15, 16 touchdowns. That's the Dak Prescott effect. If you good, he'll make you look great. If you're great, he'll make you look elite. If you're elite, he'll turn you into an alien. CD Lamb, and at this point in time, CD Lamb and George Pickens are aliens. Both of them. They're absolute aliens because Dak Prescott is an alien. People are not giving this man credit. This dude, Dak Prescott, is incredible. And this is I'm telling you, it's amazing to me. They're asking Brian Schottenheimer, what? Is this not what I said today? The theme of this is Matt Eberflus, his demeanor, how he was acting. What changed? Well, I can tell you this. You can tell me anything you want to. I can tell you one thing that all of us can put our finger on. Trayvon Diggs didn't play today. Tell me what you want to.
Well, I mean, they played really hard like they always do. I thought we affected the quarterback the way that we had in New York. I think that's huge. You know, it wasn't just the 4 sacks, it was the hits. I thought our run defense really was great. I mean, Mariota got us for a couple runs, but man, they were swarming the ball. We were sticky in coverage, and that was all great to see.
But you had said all week, well, coming in this game, you liked the plan. And I don't know if you were talking more about defense and offense, but did you think playing more man-to-man got the guys a little more comfortable in what they needed to do?
Yeah, I mean, again, look, at the end of the day, you know, this was a team we wanted to play man-to-man against, you know. There was numbers and analytics that said that, you know, that was the right way to play these guys, and each week is different, but I thought we played man-to-man very well today. But, you know, we got to improve our zone coverages as well. But just proud of the guys, man. You know, the defense, they've taken a lot of bullets, and, you know, deservedly so in some regards. And I was just proud of them, man. They played really hard. They tackled well. We knew
that was big today. The cornerbacks. I don't know if y'all saw my John Gruden video, but John Gruden said in particular, the cornerbacks were not tackling well. They tackled well today. They tackled very well today. It was a great, absolute great game by them as far as that goes. Now, let me capitalize on something else Brian Schottenheimer just said. I think there is some truth to what Brian Schottenheimer is saying. And that's why I want people to understand this isn't about hating on Trayvon Diggs. This is about acknowledging that this is deeper than just Trayvon Diggs playing. I don't think this is much about him not playing. I think this is more about the attitude of the defense without him playing. That's what I'm concerned about. Because when people on your job, when the job goes better when you call in sick, when the performance is up when you're sick, man, you can tell me anything you want to. But if people have been saying things about you and you're one of these people that do a lot of complaining, people don't understand that attitude is a huge part of what you do. It's not just what you do, it's the attitude you do it with. And when you have an apple that is bad, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. I'm telling you, this team was playing different today. They were playing different today. Now, let me give some truth to what Brian Schottenheimer is saying. And this is why I'm telling you this isn't just about Trayvon Diggs' performance. It did make sense to go man-to-man today. It made sense to go man-to-man today. If you're missing Noah Brown, Terry McLaughlin, Deebo Samuel, those are the top 3 wide receivers for the Washington Commanders. So if you're telling me that you're going to go against backup wide receivers today, well, if there's ever a day that you could run man-to-man coverage, this was the day. This was the day. Because if Deebo plays, McLaurin plays, Noah plays, they probably don't do this. There is truth to what Brian is saying because it does make sense. If you got an entirely, if the opposing offense wide receivers are all 3rd and 4th, I guess really they're 4th and 5th receivers. If they're 4th, 5th, and 6th receivers, why wouldn't you go man-to-man? Why wouldn't you? Doesn't it make sense? It makes sense to me. And that's why I'm telling you this thing with DaRon Bland. That's why I keep prefacing this. This isn't about this man's performance. There's something else going on here. Even the way his injury came down. Mike Fisher said the man's house is up for sale all of a sudden. I don't know. It just all too many coincidences, and that's something I don't believe in.
We knew the turnover was going to happen. You know, we tried to manifest that 2 weeks ago and didn't get it, and there goes DaRon doing what DaRon does. So,
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. This is not about Diggs, but when you announced that Diggs was going to be out, it seemed like that's a huge disappointment. Not that you weren't disappointed, but you were in a great mood, and to me that tell me you felt good about the plan regardless.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, yeah, you guys know me. I mean, I am who I am, and I don't change. Again, I'm disappointed for Trey. You know, he wants to be out there playing with these guys, but again, I like the plan on both sides of the ball. I thought we executed the plan on both sides of the ball. It was great to see guys step up and make plays. I mean, Triquez did a really, really good job for us.
Yes.
You know, again, just a couple guys got banged up and they came back. I mean, that just
Triquez
shows you the
Bridges
toughness
ball.
of that group, man. K9 and Kenny Clark, and it was great to see Easy get his first sack, and Jadeveon. That was really cool. So, just really proud of the group. But it's one game. And it's just a championship opportunity that we seized, and we got another one coming up next week.
Yeah.
So individual changes. You started Shamar. Certainly you had Triquez outside. You put Bland on this side. Just talk about the decisions on those two right there.
Yeah, again, you know, we once everything happened with Trey, it was like Trey is a guy that we really love. You know, we like the way he plays, and you know, DaRon gives us a lot of flexibility. I thought Kyer played stickier today. I thought that was great to see. Really good confidence.
Yeah.
I thought we were really good on 4th down. Just it seemed like it. I think they got a couple, but you know, complimentary defense today, man. I thought we won 1st down. You know, I mean, you know, Jaden went to pull a couple things, and we had guys coming across, and we were crashing down a little bit and scraping over the top, and it just was a very, very good plan. But plans are plans, man, and we got to execute, and we did that today.
Yeah.
Tim Kalish, Dallas Morning News. You're 3-3-1, and I know you don't know what to make of that tie yet, but with that record, you're 2nd place in the division. With all the teams been through, do you feel positive about that at this point?
Tim, I'm excited about the win today. I'm excited about how we played. I thought the offense, you know, it was great to get the running game going again. I mean, let's talk about Javonte. Williams for a second. I mean, just the physical style of runs that he plays with, and you know, it was great to have CD back. You know, we caught them on a quick count. You know, they were trying to get to a tricky 2, and it wasn't even the route CD was supposed to run, but just the way the coverage played out, we call it mailbox. He stuck his hand up, and Dak found him, and then they ran into each other. But you know me, man. I take each game one game at a time, because you know no one cares that we're 3-3-1 right now. We're going to care about where we are in January, and that's what's going to you know, motivate us.
Elwin Henderson, Gilbert Mirror. Brian, 2 quick questions. First off, do you feel like this is the best overall complimentary football you played this season?
Without watching the film, I would say yes. And I think that's just because, again, we fed off the energy of the defense getting some early starts. I mean, the 2-minute drive at the end of the first half was huge for us. Again, there goes Javonte with another long run, right, at the end of a 2-minute. And so I would say yes. But there's things to clean up. I mean, don't fool yourselves. I'm not standing up here going, man, we're the greatest team in the world. There's things to clean up, and we'll get right to work on that in the morning.
Secondly, Jadeveon Clowney showed up big again today.
Yeah, incredible. You know, he's so happy to be here. He's having fun playing football again. I think for me, that's important because of the culture that we're trying to build here, and you know. It was good to see him get a sack and recover fumble, and you know, I think that's why you saw us go out and get him. And I've probably downplayed it a little bit, you know, just his ability to impact games. But I wanted to wait for a moment like this to give him the acknowledgement of what a fine football player he is.
Yeah, he played real.
Mac.
Hey, Mac Eberflus, Star Telegram. Do you anticipate Trayvon Diggs to be available for your next game?
I don't know. You know, there's a whole process where he's.
I don't want to speculate, man. Oh, my spidey senses are tingling as it applies to Trayvon Diggs. I'm not going to be shocked if Trayvon Diggs plays the next game. But I'm not going to be shocked either if we get the announcement this week that Trayvon Diggs is playing for somebody else. Because this thing with Trayvon Diggs, the reason why it is so crazy, I've seen James Slater, I've seen Mike Fisher, I've seen so many people talking about this, and they're all saying, no information? You telling me in this information age, we have no information on really what happened to Trayvon Diggs. Now, tomorrow it may come down. Trayvon Diggs may tell us on Tuesday or Wednesday, and everything kind of goes back. And I won't say it'll go back to normal, but Trayvon Diggs remains with the Cowboys, which we already know he's gone at the end of the season regardless. But I will not be shocked if Trayvon Diggs is no longer here. People are trying to put this on Dallas only. I don't think Trayvon Diggs wants to be here. And that's okay. We don't have to get mad about that. Trayvon Diggs don't want to be here. If Trayvon Diggs don't want to be here, well, then see who. The problem I think the Cowboys are going to have, because as much as some people want to apologize, to be a Trayvon Diggs apologist, explain to me what team would want Trayvon Diggs. I don't know. Explain it to me. Maybe that team is out there. But I hope the Cowboys are quietly seeking that team out, so that they can do something the same way they did Michael Parsons. They did something good for Michael Parsons. They sent him to a team, a winning team. They sent him to the Green Bay Packers. Well, maybe they can do the same thing for Trayvon Diggs. And maybe this time we don't trade him in the NFC. Trade him Trade him to the New England Patriots. They're looking pretty good. Trade him to a team that loves to play man. Because I'm telling us, I don't think this is as much about Trevon Diggs' performance anymore. I don't think this is about Trevon Diggs' performance. And that's why, again, this is not about hating on Trevon Diggs. In actuality, it's about stating the obvious. And you can tell, even by the way they're answering questions about Trevon Diggs, something is strange about this whole situation. Let me read these 2 super chats, and then we're going to go back to Brian Schottenheimer. Appreciate y'all rocking with me on Let's Talk Cowboys. USMC, he said, you notice how smart Pickens is on his separation when he uses Irvin stiff-arm move. He doesn't fully extend it, so he don't get that flag. Genius on him. Man, let me tell you something about George Pickens. A lot of these people have undersold George Pickens. Dak Prescott is exactly right about George Pickens. George Pickens is a very smart player. He's a very smart football player. Very savvy in everything that he does. And I'm seeing things in George Pickens now, in the little time of watching him play some games in Pittsburgh. I'm seeing George Pickens do some things with the Cowboys I never saw him do with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, a part of that is Rain Dakota Prescott. A part of that is Brian Schottenheimer. And I'm going to give him the biggest praise of all, because he's a freak wide receiver that people are going to regret not picking up. He's a freak wide receiver that can just do a multitude of things. And he is the perfect complementary wide receiver to a receiver like CeeDee Lamb. I mean, he is the perfect complementary receiver. He's a beast. I give it to him, USMC. He's an absolute beast. Tristan York said, Diggs is another Parsons for this team. Better gone. See, Tristan York, I want us to think about this. They didn't trade Michael Parsons because of his performance. They didn't trade him because of his performance. They traded Michael Parsons because of him and Jerry Jones' immature feud. And so the Cowboys traded him. Him and Jerry went too far. I think both of them thought each other were going to buckle and everything was going to be hunky-dory. They went too far. But at the end of the day, I still say it was the best thing for this team. And it was the best thing for Michael Parsons. Jerry put Michael Parsons, traded him to a team that's winning. He didn't trade him to Siberia, traded him to a team. Now, I say that team is winning. But he did him a favor and he traded him to a good team. And maybe Jerry will do the same thing for Trevon Diggs. But at the end of the day, this is why I keep prefacing this. This isn't a performance thing. And I think everybody knows it right now. This ain't a performance thing. This has been going, this thing started getting ugly the moment they traded Michael Parsons. And we saw how Trevon Diggs was responding when the Cowboys played the Green Bay Packers. I mean, Trevon Diggs was, this dude was pretty emotional when he saw Michael Parsons and his family. I just don't think he wants to be here no more. I don't think he wants to be here no more. My man Poopy D, he said they look better without Diggs because they played more men and had good blitz packages. Poopy D, I don't disagree with that. But that's not the part I'm looking at. That's why I keep telling us. That's not the part I'm looking at. I'm not looking, Poopy D, at the plays Matt Eberflus called. I'm looking at how Matt Eberflus called the plays. I'm looking at his entire demeanor. This dude was a different, and I'm going to call him animal. He was a different animal in this game. I've never seen Eberflus like this. Even with Chicago. I didn't watch all the Chicago games, but I'm telling you, I saw him on Thanksgivings. I saw him in some games. This dude wasn't acting like this, man. Matt Eberflus was an animal on that sideline today. Boy, he was pumped up. And I think that defense, it wasn't just what he called. It's how he called it. And not only how he called it, but his response after they executed. Man, I'm telling you, this is not about, and that's why I keep saying, man, we got to stop getting offensive. And I'm not saying you're getting offensive, Poobie D, but I'm saying people get a little offended because they think you're hating on Diggs. The Diggs thing is not as much a performance issue. The Diggs thing seems to be something else. Because you can't tell me that the way Matt Eberflus called the game today, I mean, you can tell me, but it doesn't make logical sense. Why was Matt Eberflus's demeanor so different? The dude literally looked happy today. He did. He looked happy, like he enjoyed coaching. He looked like, he finally looked like the defensive coach of the Dallas Cowboys. But again, man, ain't nobody dumb. That's why everybody's asking these questions about Trayvon Diggs. That's why they're asking this stuff. Nobody's dumb when it comes to this Trayvon Diggs thing. Everybody's looking at this Trayvon Diggs thing like, man, nah, bro, this ain't what it is. Yeah, they looking different. They played different without Trayvon Diggs. And that's why now they're easing the question over. You think Trayvon Diggs is going to play next week? Is he? It won't surprise me if he do, but it definitely won't surprise me if he don't.
Got to go through the protocol and things like that. We'll get a lot more information tomorrow when we see him.
Do you feel like your secondary is settled, given all the changes that you've had back there?
No, I don't think your roster's ever settled. I just don't think it's in any spot. I mean, you see a couple guys go down today. What I want to speak to is what the toughness and the grit of a canine. Got a pretty good ankle, tape it up, get back in there. I mean, like that's the mentality and that's the fight of this football team. That's the brotherhood that we've built in that locker room, and that's not for me. It's for one another. And so, but yeah, I mean, the roster is always going to be moving, and there's elevations and guys you have to put down, and we got a few guys banged up that we thought could go today and couldn't, and so we had other guys step up, and that's great to see as a football coach.
Any added information on Diggs' accident and how that happened?
No, not yet.
Y'all think these people done? I'm just telling y'all, do y'all think these people are done? And none of us shouldn't be naive about this. This sounds exactly how it sounded when the Cowboys decided against the San Francisco 49ers they were going to allow Ezekiel Elliott to start rather than Rico Dowdle and made him inactive, and all of a sudden Rico Dowdle got the flu. And then we saw him on the sideline. It didn't like he had the flu to me. He was on the sideline interacting with the fans and everything. It's starting to stink, and that's why everybody's asking these questions. The regulator said, I'm not hating at all. We play the Commanders wide receiver group without Terry McLaurin and Debo. The offense looks different with them. Now, the regulator, I just made this point. Brian Schottenheimer, I don't think he's lying when he's saying it made sense to play man-to-man today. Why? Because you're playing 4th, 5th, and 6th receivers. Yeah, our cornerbacks, especially DeRon Bland, is better than all of those wide receivers. So it was a good day to play man. But again, I keep prefacing this. I'm not talking about the way he called plays, because that's not what got my attention. What got my attention was the way he was calling the plays, how active he was on the sideline, how into the game. I mean, I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus was coaching like his hair was on fire today. If Matt Eberflus would have coached today, if Matt Eberflus would have coached in Chicago like he coached today, we wouldn't have Matt Eberflus here. We wouldn't have Matt Eberflus today. I'm just telling you, we wouldn't have him here today. That dude looked different today. That was not the same Matt Eberflus. That dude was coaching a lot more freer. I'm just telling you, he looked different today. We cannot discard that part. This dude not only coached different, the communication of the defense, y'all got to explain to me. How is it the week that Trevon Diggs is not playing? You got to explain to me, how does the communication get that good? How does the communication get that good? Yes, they were playing the Commanders without their top 3 wide receivers. Yes, but I'm not looking at the game they called because I'm keeping that in my mind. And what Brian said made sense. But I'm also looking at how Matt Eberflus called the game. Demeanor, attitude, all those things. I'm looking at that. Byron Joe DeVee. Eberflus and Diggs are beefed out. And I'm telling you, this seems very strange. And it seems like they're going out of their way, all of them. Jerry, Steven, Brian, I'm sure Matt is too. They're going out of their way, it seems, to not say nothing about Trevon Diggs. Nothing. Come on, man. Y'all, do y'all not understand that we're in the year 2025? And nobody knows what went on with Diggs. I'm not buying it. Not buying it. Bama Boy David said if Washington had McLaurin and Debo, would have been different. Again, Bama Boy, this is why I keep prefacing this. Brian Schottenheimer told the truth. If McLaurin and Debo plays, he probably doesn't play as much man because it's not advantageous for him to play man. But I mean, Schottenheimer is saying some facts here. When you look at who they were playing against, it made sense to play man because you're not playing against dangerous wide receivers. So play him man. Made perfect sense to me. But I'm not looking at the fact that they played man. I'm looking at the entire demeanor of the defense. This ain't the first time we played a team this year that had players out. This just isn't the first time. We played the Chicago Bears, and the Chicago Bears were missing mad players. They didn't play like it. The reason why we don't talk about it is because they didn't play like it. But at the same time, I'm looking at how we played. I'm looking at how he called the game. I'm looking at Matt Eberflus's demeanor, even when he went against Chicago. Wasn't like this. Something is strange about this whole issue.
We haven't even talked about the offense and Dak's performance, I guess.
Do y'all notice the short answers they keep giving on Diggs? Strange to me.
We'll get used to it, but just talk about, obviously the throw to Pickens was perfect, but Dak, CD, Pickens, how they with today?
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought Dak's playing really well. I'm not trying to not make a big deal about it. He's playing great, but that's what we expect from Dak, and he's got incredible weapons. I thought the throw to Fergie at the end of the 2-minute was awesome. It was like his third progression. He got off the front side, 2-man combination, and just stuck an absolute laser right in Fergie's chest, and I thought that was awesome. But you see the trust that he has in these guys, and I've talked about it a lot, Clarence. But watch his back foot. He got hit a lot today. And I didn't like that, and he didn't like that, and I probably needed to get him a few more completions midway through the second quarter because he was getting popped pretty good. I think I got a little bit aggressive. I was getting pissed with the penalties and calling too many shots, and that's on me. And I told him that, and I said, hey, I'll be better, and that's what we did.
Coach Chris Haynes from Fox 4. I noticed before the game you took time to go shake hands with all the former Cowboys that were out there. Why was that important to you?
I'm a football historian, man. If I get a chance to go talk to Emmitt Smith, Roger Staubach, Drew Pearson, why would I not do it? But that's important to us. I wanted those guys out there. I want those guys around. they've paved the way for these guys to do what they love to do, make a ton of money doing it. Those guys didn't make nearly the money that our guys make and that we make as coaches, but it doesn't lessen the love of the game. But I also want our players to see you can have success when football's over. And a lot of those guys are incredible businessmen, and they've got potential internships and things like that for our players, because I want our players to go on to have amazing lives when they're done playing the game, not just, to have great football careers. Life's way more important than just football. And so I don't know how many there were. I know there's a bunch. It took me a while to get through the line, but I just wanted them to know I was thinking about them and how much I appreciate them being out there.
You call games, you call plays a long time in this.
Okay, y'all are asking about Kenny Clark. There is no update on Kenny Clark right now. The only thing that is being reported on Kenny Clark is an elbow injury. That is the only thing that's being reported on Kenny Clark. So let's hope for the best on Kenny Clark.
League, is this the best rhythm and the groove that you've been in since you've been calling plays? Even going back to
I don't think so. I didn't think the second quarter. I didn't think I called a great game. I kind of just spoke to that. I was getting, I won't say pissed again. I just did. I was mad,
Brandon Cup, let
and
Blue
so I kind of
loose
let that
early.
get the best of me.
See Bass.
And
Jaden,
so,
4 point,
when you got great players, man,
attempt,
you
he was
call
good.
plays with a lot of confidence. I call plays with a lot of confidence, knowing they're going to execute. And again, Dak, the throw to Terp on a check down, we were running a little action pass and had a free runner, man. He just
RC Cowboy, you're right.
Where the check down was. And then, the one thing we are is explosive, man. We got speed and guys that can make people miss. And as a coach, it makes you excited. But, hey, look, this offensive staff, Clayton Adams, Steve Shimko, Ken Dorsey, I could go up and down the list. Junior Adams with what he's done with those two receivers and Terp. I'm a blessed man to lead from the front of a great group of guys on both sides of the ball and special teams as a staff.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com.
Will Santiago, you still want Eberflus out?
4 times this year you've gotten points on the final drive of the first half with less than a minute. What goes into executing that well, and what have you seen when you watch those back on tape that's working for you?
Well, I'm going to tell you guys again, and maybe you guys have done it, maybe you haven't, but you guys need to talk to Ryan Feeder. I mean, the guy is an incredible football coach. He's our game management guy. He just makes me at peace. He makes me comfortable. He's great with his communication of what we're thinking. We practice it every day. He changes up the looks. We literally practiced that look on Thursday, the touchdown to Fergie. It was a different call in practice, but it was that exact look where you've got 13 seconds or whatever it is, and you want to get all your shots, is what we say. Get all your shots. So what that means is if 1 and 2, he's not going to get past the third progression, which is what Fergie does, because you want to throw the ball away so you get all your shots. But I got to give Ryan Feeder a ton of credit. And then, so our guys are prepared, Tommy, is my point. And then, again, because you practice it so much and you emphasize it, they're just very comfortable executing those calls.
Coach Greg Allman with Fox Sports. Just want to see, especially this week, how much you saw your defense want to rise up and kind of meet the standard the offense has set of late.
Yeah, I mean, they're aware of what's being said about them, and they don't like it. There's pride in that room. There's great players in that room. There's great coaches in that room. And again, like I said, middle of the week, this is not going to be the worst adversity that we'll go through this season. So what do? You get back to work. You make changes. You make adjustments. And to go out and put a performance like this together is really good for confidence. But at the same time, I thought the communication today was outstanding.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Why was the communication so good today without Trevon Diggs? Okay, you can call it coincidence all we want to. I said this. Y'all been hearing me? I said it. Why were there no communication problems today? What did Brian Schottenheimer say? The communication on the defense was what, Brian? Let me let you hear that again. I'm not making this up.
And to go out and put a performance like this together is really good for confidence. But at the same time, I thought the communication today was outstanding. And we talked a little bit about that. You can't just say close right one time. You have to holler it. You have to scream it. And again, I'm going to say it again. Matt Eberflus and that defensive staff put together a hell of a plan. I thought Matt called a hell of a game.
He did.
And the players went out there and executed.
Yeah. Again, we understand they did not have their top 3 wide receivers. I've been prefacing this the entire time. We understand this, but a win is a win. You got to get them while you can. You're 3-3-1. You're second place in the NFC East. Come on, man. We second place in the NFC East. We just got to keep it going. We just got to keep it going. That's all we got to do. Just got to keep it going. And the defense has got to build on this. Now, I'm wondering who are we? Because we were like this for 2 quarters against the Jets. Carolina relapse. But then today, we're back to looking how we looked against the Jets. So next week, we're going to see who we are. Because we're playing the Denver Broncos. Now, I'm telling you, the Denver Broncos, I think they got a good defense. But the New York Giants gave them everything they could handle today. The New York Giants gave the Broncos everything they could handle. Our defense will be able to score on the Broncos. Problem is, the Broncos, if I'm not mistaken, what did they do? 19, 23 points in a quarter on the Giants. So we're going to have to be very, very careful when we play them in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, Marvin Mays. Yeah, we need to stack together some wins. We have to be consistent. So now we got to go get another one. Yeah, we talked about that Terry Taylor, man. That man, Deron Bland. Shoo, boy, that pick six was crazy. Pick six was crazy. Lisa Worley, what's up? Dallas had a good win today, and just some of y'all Cowboy fans always got to be negative. Quit it. Hey, it was an incredible win today, Lisa Worley. And the reason why I think the win was so incredible, we expected what we got from the offense. A lot of us were already talking about, we thought the Cowboys were probably going to put together like 40-plus points. But to hold the defense to 22 points, I'm loving it. Davion Wallace, what up? You know we ain't trading Jerry. We ain't trading Jerry. Jerry going to be bragging about Matt Eberflus tonight. I hope we get a chance to listen to Jerry Jones. Y'all watch what I tell you. Boy, he is going to be bragging on Matt Eberflus.
2 questions. There's a million theories, Coach, about Trayvon Diggs. I was hoping you could put one of them to rest. Is it your intention and plan that Trayvon will be a part of this team whenever he's cleared?
Yeah.
Medically?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Trayvon fan, you know, and I'm excited to get him back, and hopefully it won't be, too long.
The other one is you have a kicker that right now is.
Now, I'm laughing at this question about Trayvon Diggs. What do we think Brian gonna say? What do we think Brian Schottenheimer is going to say? No, I hope Trayvon Diggs ain't a part of this team going forward. Of course, he's going to say he wants Trayvon Diggs being on this team going forward. Might I remind us, he was saying some of the same similar things about Michael Parsons, and the next thing you know, Michael Parsons was out of Dallas. I just got a strange feeling the Cowboys actually know what's going on with this. Call me crazy, but I think they know what's going on.
That gives me confidence, too. Whoever asked me about the 2 minute, just get to the 50? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, go to the 50. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask. Yeah. Do you want to try that?
Our goal is to win the game. And, of course, I thought about it, but with the score where it was, I wanted to try to pin them back. But, let's talk about the weapon. What's the record? Most 60-yard field goals in a career. Guy's incredible. He really is. He's incredible. And so, like, Dak and I kind of laugh because we literally, when we get the ball, it's like, he's like, 50? I'm like, yeah, 50. He's like, God, that's crazy. I was like, yeah, isn't it? Like, we literally had a little dialogue. We're like, yeah, it's crazy, right? He's like, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, what play are we going to call? So he's amazing.
So as a football historian, do you have any ambition? I know the circumstances have to be right. Would you like to see him have a shot at 70?
I think he'll get it in his career. He's that talented, but hopefully we decide to do it when the situation's right.
Sydney.
Coach, Sydney Staples, D210 Sports. There's so many good moments from a win like this, but is there a favorite? Can you pinpoint it to 1 or 2 times?
I will say the interception by Duran was really a powerful moment for our football team. You know how much time and effort we put into talking all about the ball and winning the turnover battle, and you know, that was really cool to see. We have been talking about that for a couple weeks, Sydney, in terms of, you know, trying to manifest it to happen. And then, of course, when he got it, I actually was chuckling a little bit with badass Tyler. You know, I was like, "Do you have a chance?" He's like, no chance," because he was chasing him, and it was great to see. That was something, because again, it was like kind of the stamp on it for all the things that those guys have done and gone through, and that was a cool moment.
Good.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, great win by the Cowboys. Great win by the Cowboys. Yeah, it's a great win by the Cowboys. Lock and D, I don't think anyone's going to be surprised if there is a trade coming before the deadline. Brandon Cup said he said I was so much about the weapons. You sounded like Bone Thugs and Harmony. Hey man, them boys, hey, them doggone weapons for the Cowboys is crazy, man. Alicia, no one knows anything about the Trayvon Diggs accident, and I think it's strange. It doesn't even make sense in an age of information. It's strange. But again, we heard Brian Schottenheimer sounding the same way as we were getting nearer and nearer to a Michael Parsons trade that many of us didn't expect. I was absolutely shocked. I have to admit. I wasn't shocked, but I was shocked. I was shocked because I just didn't think it was going to get that far. Lock and D said we look better without Diggs. I'm just telling us. I mean, we don't have to agree, but I'm just telling us. This isn't about Trayvon Diggs' performance, and that's why I'm prefacing saying this. There is something else going on with Diggs and the Cowboys. And I think one of the things is, and I could be wrong, I just don't think Diggs' heart is in Dallas no more. I don't think Trayvon Diggs' heart is in Dallas. I don't think it's one, he doesn't like the scheme. I think it's two, he doesn't like the scheme. I think one, they traded Michael Parsons, and for him, it's just not the same. Strange move, you know, this is the NFL, man. It's the NFL, and so it's the NFL, and so when you think about that, man, any player knows. If there's ever a player combination that should have been heartbroken when that combination got broke up, well, if Trayvon Diggs feels the way he feels, then Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott, when they broke that up, well, Dak Prescott should have requested a trade. Man, Dak Prescott and Zeke, man, when you hear the stories about Dak Prescott and Zeke, man, they were almost inseparable, man. They were like brothers. And so I don't really get a lot of that, but at the end of the day, I guess I can understand it. It is what it is. I understand it. And so I understand it. And so I just don't think Trayvon Diggs' heart is in Dallas. And that ain't hating on Trayvon Diggs. Just don't think his heart is in Dallas no more. And I think everybody's got to accept it. His heart is not in Dallas. I just don't think anybody can. I mean, it's just hard to challenge that. But again, man, this Cowboys team, they just looked really good today. They look really good. But again, I'm going to enjoy the win, understanding that we did this, but I do think it's good how we did it. You got to start sometimes. You got to work your way. You got to work your way to be ready for a team or be ready for the second half of the season. You got to work your way towards getting ready for the Kansas City Chiefs, getting ready for these teams that we're from the second go round where we're going to see the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, you have to get ready And now it's coming faster. It's coming sooner than later because now our next game, it's going to be against the Denver Broncos. I mean, we don't even have much time to enjoy this win. The Cowboys' next thing is the Denver Broncos. And man, I'm just telling us, this parity in the NFL to me is crazy. I mean, you don't know. It's like you don't know. One minute you think that this team, you'd be like, yeah, man, this one team is really, really good. And then the team who you think is really, really good, they'll get beat by a team that's not good. They will get beat by a team that's not good. So this parity in the NFL has been absolutely crazy this season. Let's kind of look over here today on NFL.com, kind of looking at some of the wins and losses that affected the Cowboys, in particular in the NFC. Let me pull this up real quick. But, man, I'm telling you, you know, the Giants, the Giants played really well today. But at the same time, while I was kind of like, yeah, man, hey, they looking pretty good, I was also getting nervous because I'm like, I don't want the Giants to beat the Denver Broncos. I want the Broncos to beat the Giants. And, of course, that's exactly what happened. The Philadelphia Eagles wound up beating the Minnesota Vikings today, 28-22. Jalen Hurts actually looked pretty good in the game. The Denver Broncos beat the New York Giants. I was very, very happy about that. And so right now, again, as it stands, the Cowboys are number 2 in the NFC. Number 2 in the NFC. Family Fun said, that's right, G. Eberflus had pep in his body language today. Man, Eberflus looked different, man. Bass said, Eberflus energy today with running man coverage, blitzing more, zoning less, him fired up for that, the player's performance, that's all he needs. Man, I'm telling you, the dude was coaching with a whole different demeanor today. A whole different demeanor. And so, man, I'm telling you, I like what I saw today from the Dallas Cowboys. All right, we're going to continue to talk about this Dallas Cowboys thing. I mean, just a great, great win for the Cowboys today. I think it was the kind of win that the Cowboys absolutely needed, even if it wasn't a Commanders team that was at full power. But I still say, even if that Commanders team was at full power, I don't think there is nothing they could have did with this Dallas Cowboys offense. We might would have saw a bigger shootout, but I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything that they could have did with the Cowboys offense, because the Cowboys even I still say the Cowboys let out the gas on the Washington Commanders. They let off the gas on them, and so, man, I'm telling us, this Cowboys team is shaping up. The issue is we got to get this consistency from the defense, though. We got to get the consistency from the defense. And now we're going to Mile High, and I'm telling you, boy, that's a hard place to play. Very hard place to play. Family Fun, he said, okay, Clark has a bruised elbow. Okay, good. Hadn't seen anything else come down on it. I'm sure Jerry is already talking about it. Yeah, Chase, I'm going to give Eberflus credit, too. Yeah, he finally changed his way, and it seemed like it's a strange week of when he set his ego aside. I just think the timing is incredible. Yeah, that Sacks guy said game ball to Flus because folks was calling for his job. Yeah. Hey, Darren Davis Jr., Marquise Bell is that guy. He looked great today. I want to see more Marquise Bell also. I want to see more Marquise Bell. Hey, Bass, I'm just going to tell you right now, one of my storylines going into next week, man, I got a strange feeling that Javonte Williams, I won't be surprised if Javonte Williams has a 200-yard game against the Denver Broncos. I will not be surprised if this man has a 200-yard game against the Denver Broncos, this dude, I believe, is going to go bananas. Javonte Williams, I believe, is going to go absolute bananas when he goes back to Denver. And the Cowboys are going to give him every opportunity to do it. Javonte Williams may very well be the MVP of the game next week. All right, so we're going to try to see if we can listen to Jerry's post-game conference. Can't find it yet. But I already see that it's out there. People are already reporting snippets from it. And again, I would love to hear kind of what the defense. I would love to hear. I want to hear Matt Eberflus. I would love for them to interview Matt Eberflus because what got into you today, bro? What got into you? What got this game plan the way that you put it together today? Why was the game plan so great today? And again, I know why part of the game plan was good because of the wide receivers missing for the Washington Commanders. But nevertheless, the Cowboys still rose to the occasion. He coached the heck out of the defense, and they got the job done. And so again, I just think it's a victory. Not only that the Cowboys are 3-1, but I also think it's a victory because the Cowboys are number 2 in the NFC East. I also think it's a victory again because I think that the defense will be able to grow on this. Yeah, Darius Davis, he said Ryan Flournoy didn't play a snap today, and that's because Cavonte Turpin was back on the field, and we're just going to have to admit it. I've said it before, but Jalen Tolbert is a made man. Jalen Tolbert is a made man. Cowboys they're not putting Tolbert on the bench. They like a lot of the things that Tolbert does. Okay, let me see here. Tony Cyphers, he said, my only problem with Flus today was taking Houston and Clowney out after they got pressure. He subs them immediately out when they are just getting in a groove. Yeah, I've noticed he does that. Yeah, I've noticed he does that too. Beat you up, said Trey Diggs. Black Man said the Cowboys played a good game on both sides of the ball. Absolutely. Beat you up again, bench Diggs. IB4 Sports, he said our offense is playing way too well for our defense to be this inconsistent. We have to capitalize off this. So again, we got to get another game from the Cowboys. And it would be great. The Cowboys have 2 games. Isn't it crazy? Y'all do realize we're going to look up in 2 weeks and half the season is going to be gone. Man, we better enjoy this Cowboys football. This is why I'm going to enjoy this Cowboys football. I'm just going to absolutely enjoy it because when we hit the bye week, half the season is over. Half the season is about to be over for the Cowboys. We're going to play the Denver Broncos in Denver, and then we're coming back home to play the Arizona Cardinals. I think we win against the Arizona Cardinals. The Denver Broncos game is the game that's going to be hard. But I'm glad we got a win like we did against the Commanders going into the Broncos game. Maybe we can ride that momentum, take care of business with the Broncos, and then come back home on fire against the Arizona Cardinals. I think Jacoby Brissett played today. I'm not sure if the quarterback will be back by the time the Cowboys play, but I'll tell you this. If we can get those 2 games, go into the bye week, I'm sure next week the Cowboys will probably put, I think this coming week, I will not be surprised if it's this coming week or the next one, the Cowboys are going to put the Marion Overshown on the 21-day window. And by the time we come out of the bye week, we play the Las Vegas Raiders. Then we play the Kansas City Chiefs. Man, the Cowboys with the Marion Overshown and the Cowboys riding that momentum, if they can keep this momentum going defensively, man, we might find ourselves in a very good position on down the road. On down the road, I think we may see ourselves in a great, great position. Yeah, Rod Hanna said, I agree, G. Send him to play with his brother. I just don't think his heart is here no more. I mean, whether we love it, like it, or hate it, that is what it is. Sometimes a player don't want to play for a team no more. I don't know how else to call that. I mean, this is just how it happens. I mean, it happens from time to time. And so if the Cowboys can oblige him and come out with another good player in the process, I say do it. Because I really do think the Cowboys need to be putting together some kind of trade package to see if they can add a couple of extra players. I would love to see the Cowboys add a linebacker, and I would love to see the Cowboys add an edge rusher and maybe even one more good guy in the secondary, maybe a cornerback. I would love to see them make 3 moves rather than 1. But I can tell you this, in order for the Cowboys to be able to get a player, the kind of player I think they need, the Cowboys don't need just a player. The Cowboys need a great player. I've already seen where the Cincinnati Bengals, if I'm not mistaken, somebody has already made a pitch, for example, for Trey Hendrickson. I saw where somebody made a pitch for Trey Hendrickson, but the Jets were not only, they not only wanted a quote-unquote draft pick, they wanted a player too. Yeah, they wanted a player. They want a player. And so the Cowboys probably need to be putting together some kind of mad draft package. They need to be putting together some kind of mad draft package. I think the Cowboys got a couple of players that need a fresh start. If I were the Cowboys, I would be looking at trading Mozzie Smith. Mozzie Smith maybe he'll play better somewhere else. I just think he's been one of the worst victims of the 3 different coordinators in 3 different years. Mozzie Smith needs a new, he needs a new, just a fresh start. New atmosphere. He needs something new, something fresh. Trevon Diggs, he needs something new. I wouldn't even be opposed to the Cowboys going back to the well on the Green Bay Packers. Go back to the well on the Green Bay Packers. See if they want Trevon Diggs. See what they would be willing to give up for Trevon Diggs. A lot of y'all said y'all wouldn't want him, but there is a guy on the Green Bay Packers team, and he looks like to me that he might be somebody that might be pretty good in the future. If I were the Cowboys, I would go back to the well on the Green Bay Packers. And let's see, who is this? What's this kid's name? I was talking about him a few weeks ago. Plays defensive end, Lucas Van Ness. If I were the Cowboys, I would go and try to get Lucas Van Ness from the Green Bay Packers. I would. Sorry about that. I really would. I would see if they would be willing to give up Van Ness, Lucas Van Ness, Green Bay Packers, give us Lucas Van Ness, and we'll give you Trevon Diggs. I would. If I were the Cowboys, I would straight up go and see if they would be willing to make that trade. Let Trevon Diggs play with. Let him play. Jay Recruiter, he said, I think all of us undersold Pickens. Man, let me tell you something. I'll tell you this, Jay Recruiter. I'm not sure I undersold him. I just didn't think that he was going. I knew George Pickens was going to be great. But when CeeDee Lamb went down with that injury, this dude went to another level, man. Whew! This dude went to another level. George Pickens went to another level. This dude is an alien with Dak Prescott. George Pickens is an alien with Dak Prescott. I mean, he's doing stuff today. He doing stuff today, man. He doing stuff now with the Cowboys, man. We didn't see him do it Pittsburgh. George Pickens is an absolute alien. And I think one of the things that really helped him out, CeeDee Lamb going down, he learned more of the offense, lined up in different places, and it really expanded his game in a matter of just boom, boom, boom. And again, I still think people don't give this guy enough credit for how smart he is. George Pickens is a very smart football player. Son of John, he said, victory is mine, victory is mine. Victory today is mine. I told the Commanders, get thee behind. Victory today is mine. Yeah, man. Cowboys played a great game. Cowboys played a great game. All right, let's pull this up real quick, and let's kind of look at some of the things that we talked about with the Cowboys. Let's look at some of the things that we talked about the Cowboys needed to do. I always like to go back and do this. I normally do it on Monday, but how about we do it tonight? Since we got a win from the Cowboys, let's go back. Let's look at the things we talked about the Cowboys needed to do. So we talked about the storylines leading into this week. Dan Quinn versus Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer absolutely beat Dan Quinn down. Matt Eberflus did very well today. CeeDee Lamb is back. We saw 5 for 110. What will Lamb and Pickens look like now? They look pretty doggone good. I was a little bit perturbed that Pickens didn't get his touchdown. The Cowboys defense did bounce back. The run game did bounce back. And yes, Dak Prescott continued his MVP bid. Booker back, Lamb back, looked good. Hooker, of course, Turpin back. Everything looked good. McLaurin was out. Not only was McLaurin out, but Deebo Samuel was out. Offensive keys, run the ball 35 times. All right, let's check that out. Let's see here. Did the Cowboys run the ball today 35 times? All right, let's check this out. Player stats, Cowboys. Let's check it out. All right, so when we look at the box score. All right, hold on just a second. Did the Cowboys do the things that we said that they needed to do to win this game? All right. Javonte Williams ran the ball 19 times today. Jaden Blue ran the ball 7 times today. That's 26 times. I don't really count Dak Prescott, but if you want to count him, that was 31 times. I wanted the Cowboys to run the ball 35 times apart from Dak Prescott. Also, start fast offensively and defensively. The Cowboys did that. They got a touchdown on their first drive. I think they took the Washington Commanders 3 and out on their first drive, even though it came back down and they got a doggone safety. They kept Pickens involved in the game. I wish they would have got him a little bit more involved in the game. They worked CeeDee in. I thought they worked him in kind of slowly. They had some long drives, no turnovers, protect Dak. Dak got hit a little bit more than a little bit more today than he probably should have. They got Jaden Blue 7 runs rather than 10. Still want to get him up to 10 to 15 if it's me. Javonte Williams, 19. Lipke stated the fullback position. Penalties were there. No turnovers again. They tried to get Jaden Blue in the screen game, in the edge game. They tried to do it. Had some penalties to call that back. Time of possession. Let's see here. Time of possession. Cowboys slightly won the time of possession, 31-21. They did score touchdowns for the most part, But they did have a couple of issues to where they scored field goals. Didn't like that. I would still like to see, as someone said earlier, I do want to see a 50 burger. Explosive plays to Turpin, didn't quite get it, even though he had 117-yard run, I think it was. Blew in the passing game, didn't quite achieve that. Did try to get George Pickens on some deep shots, got a pass interference. Matt Eberflus did exactly some of the things we talked about, 3 and outs. He might have spied Jaden Daniels a little bit. I noticed they got after him. Gap integrity, they did that. Stopped the run, did that to a degree. They held him under 100 yards minus Mariota. They stepped up the blitz, and I'm not sure how much. No big plays, but again, we're going to keep in mind the top 3 receivers were out of the game. Clowney looked good. Don't remember seeing a lot of Sam Williams. Elam looked good. Bland looked good. Leofau was looking good. I love the fact Marquise Bell got in. He looked good. They stopped Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. They stopped him again. They went more man. They played physical. They played aggressive. They did a lot of the things that I talked about on the defensive keys. I'm not proclaiming to be a football guru, but these are just obvious things that any of us could have came up with. Special teams, Brandon Aubrey kicked more field goals than I would have liked. Blue and Turpin, I wish they would put them both in the kick game. Turpin, he's still kind of getting his wheels back together. Didn't look as good in the kick game as I would have liked. I gave you my thoughts. Dan Quinn would get after Dak. He did. Even when Dak didn't get the sack, he got after Dak. They ripped Dak's helmet off on one of the plays. They spied and tackled Daniels for short gains. They got after him. Jaden Blue will be more involved. I was right about that. He got seven carries in one single game, which is the same amount that he got in the previous 2 games. So they're revving him up. I said Clowney will get a sack. Clowney got a sack. I said Donovan Ezeraku will get his first sack. He got his first sack. And I said I thought the Cowboys defense would play better. Yeah. Call me Nostradamus this week. I said the game was going to end 30. I said the Cowboys would win. If all things went the way I thought they would go, I thought the Cowboys would win 38-24. Cowboys won 44-22. Yep. It was Nostradamus almost this week. Pretty doggone close. Pretty doggone close to how everything went. So it was a very, very good game by the Cowboys. And man, I'm telling you, a win is a win, especially in this league of parity. We're watching teams that we think are supposed to win, the teams that we think are going to win, and they're not winning. So when you beat a team, even if it's the Washington Redskins missing 3 of their wide receivers, you're still thankful to get that win. You're still thankful to get that win. All right, so appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight on Let's Talk Cowboys. We got a couple of more interviews that have come down on Dallas Cowboys, so let's go ahead. Hey, might as well. It's a great victory by the Dallas Cowboys. You know, we might as well keep rocking for a little while longer. And let's check out Jerry Jones. And boy, you can tell Jerry is gloating. Let's check out Jerry Jones. Let's check out Dak Prescott. Let's roll it.
Well, that was an exciting room in there, and they should be excited. Obviously, every Cowboy fan should be excited how that defense played. And
didn't I tell you? Y'all might as well get ready. Y'all might as well get ready. Jerry is going to be gloating over Matt Eberflus. And I've already seen some of y'all comments. Some of y'all said y'all still not fond. Y'all still not fond of Matt Eberflus. I'm gonna tell you this. If Matt Eberflus continues on this trajectory, well, you can hate Eberflus all you want to. Eberflus gonna be here to stay. but we got a long way to go. The Denver Broncos, that's going to show us kind of where we really are. Yeah, Alan Wilson said, look, we played the Skins. We still need a defensive coordinator. That's for real. Well, we're going to see Alan Wilson, because I can tell you this just by listening to Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones said 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years. That's my fault. When Jerry Jones tells me that's his fault, it sounds like to me, Alan Wilson, that Jerry Jones don't plan on having 4 in 4 years. So, if Matt Eberflus can continue to improve this defense, Matt Eberflus is going to be here next year, and they're going to go and get him players that fits the scheme that Matt Eberflus is going to run, or the scheme that Matt Eberflus wants to run. So, get ready. I think he's going to be here. I think he's going to be here for the long. I think he's going to be here for the long haul. I do. I don't think they want to go through another coach. Jay Recruiter said he hopes he pull a trade this week. You're talking about Trevon Diggs. Yeah, I don't think he wants to be here anymore. And I don't think Matt Eberflus wants him here anymore. I don't. And again, let me see where my man Newhouse fam at. Yeah, the regulator. Hey, Newhouse fam, I've been saying the same thing. Diggs is not the same since the injury. And people won't admit it. And then they will admit it, but then they want to make it into an excuse. Nobody wants to hear those excuses once you hit the field. If you hit the field, nobody wants to hear anything about your injuries. Not only is Diggs not the same, regulator, we got to see if he even will be the same. We got to see. Yeah, Jay Recruiter, BB needs to come back. Hoffman is cracking like Bass did. Yeah, Bass cracked like he cracked like a pecan. Yeah, he cracked like a pecan. And Hoffman, and I think Hoffman could still do the thing if he just got to get, maybe he's not used to playing this many games. But yeah, we do need BB back because BB is just a beast. But I'm still glad again that we got Hoffman. I'm glad that we got Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass. All right, but again, I'm telling y'all, man, Jerry gonna be gloating. Jerry gonna be gloating. Jay Recruiter, I will not be shocked if a trade is done this week.
They really did some impressive things out there. Credit goes to head coach, who spent a lot of time on that side of the ball this week, along with Flus, and making adjustment. Certainly gives us a lot of hope as we look to the future as to how this defense can play as we evolve. It looks like we came out pretty clean on injury. And, of course, I cannot say enough about Dak Prescott and his play throughout the game. It really was the confidence throughout the game that he demonstrated that make you think we were there all the time. So, big win.
Jerry, what can you say about the offense with the healthy CeeDee Lamb? What's the ceiling for this offense?
Well, it gives Turp a lot of openness, doesn't it, when those two guys are out there? I'm kidding. But obviously the fact that George has been able to really establish himself in Lamb's absence, both with confidence, himself, his teammates, coaches, now that gives what he can bring to the table with Lamb, with what we're doing in our running game. I thought, I don't want to take anything away from Washington and how they can disrupt, but I thought that was one of our best offensive outings out here in several years.
With Pickens and Lamb, have you had a better wide receiver duo at any time?
Well, we've had, I don't want to take anything away. I saw Dez going down through there. Don't want to take anything away from those guys. Don't have to, all of them. But I will tell you, Lamb's ability to really make the difference on an offense. Now Pickens is got that ability as well. That along with our running game, really, I feel as good about that offense as I have in a long time around here, and I say that to all our fans. What I am excited about is that we did make and have made adjustments. We'll continue to make adjustments. We do have personnel coming. that will be coming and being a part of that defensive personnel, we got a chance to evolve into the kind of team that our fans deserve.
Jerry, you said you would go into a foxhole with Matt Eberflus earlier this week. What did you see from him this week as he adjusted, and why did you want to go into a foxhole?
Well, I will tell you that first of all, he before this, he's the kind of guy you want to be in. He exudes confidence. He exudes confidence to the players, and I was proud of the way he, as well as Brian, worked together to come up with that game plan. Obviously, we have a lot of respect for Washington and what they're capable of doing, and so I think you saw maybe a little bit of an example of how to get your nose bloodied one week. That was a disappointing loss last week, and come out here and learn from it, and I think our bunch did.
Did we just see your team at its very best?
What?
Did we just see your team at its very best?
Well, I don't. I think we played as well today as we played all year. But as far as improving, absent attrition, injury, and what have you, we've got a team that can get better. And I mean, it needs to get better. But
let me tell you something. This is one of the most truthful and scary things about the Dallas Cowboys that every team in the league should be paying attention to. The Cowboys can absolutely be better offensively. That don't even make sense when you think about that. We've seen this team 3 times at home now score 40-plus points, and they can do better. The Dallas Cowboys offense can absolutely do better. This offense is so good that 40 points, you look at 40 points and you just be like, how you look at 40 points and say, could have did better than that? You're looking at the game saying, boy, had they not missed that play, or had they not missed that play, or had they not missed that play. 50 points for this team is so possible, it's scary. Jerry is absolutely right. This offense can get a whole lot better than it is right now.
Can get better, and it can get better. We had some sloppiness there, and I hate to say that because that's the coach's job to criticize himself. But you all saw some self-inflicted penalties that you can get better doing that for a fact. So I think we've got a little sense here of what this team might be able to be if we can get it hitting on all cylinders.
You're in second place right at this point, 7 games in. What do you think this team can do? You mentioned the playoffs before. Do you still feel that way?
Well, I feel that way because, as I've said, I think we've got an outstanding leader in our quarterback. We've got an outstanding player in the quarterback. We're going to have better offensive play, in my view, absent injury. We're going to have better offensive play as well. I mean, offensive line play. And then I think definitely we had, to some degree, no way to go but up on defense. But I didn't expect this kind of performance out here today with our defense. So kudos to Flus and certainly Brian Schottenheimer. He had a lot of finger.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did Jerry Jones just say that he didn't expect this kind of performance? Hold on a second. Man, wait a minute. I know Jerry Jones didn't just say that.
We've got an outstanding player in the quarterback. We're going to have better offensive play, in my view, absent injury. We're going to have better offensive play as well. I mean, offensive line play. And then I think definitely we had, to some degree, no way to go but up on defense. But I didn't expect this kind of performance out here today with our defense. So kudos to Flus and
What? What? Did Jerry? Jones just say he didn't expect this? What? That is crazy. That is crazy. Jerry said he didn't expect it. Okay. I don't know. I'm speechless on that. Because I thought, if anything, I'm thinking he would expect it. Why wouldn't he expect Matt Eberflus to do this better? My man Daniel M in there. What up, Daniel M? What you think, Daniel? You got us one today, boy. Yes, sir. Daniel said we showed up today and got a much-needed win. It was a must-win. It was a must-win today. It absolutely was. But I am blown away that Jerry Jones just said he didn't expect the Cowboys to perform like this today. Okay. Okay.
Certainly Brian Schottenheimer. He had a lot of fingerprint on this today.
Jerry, when Brandon Aubrey trots out.
I'm giving Jerry so much credit for this, though. My question, I made this comment because y'all remember last week I asked the question, who hired Matt Eberflus? Jerry comes out that same week like he was listening to my question, and I know he wasn't listening to Let's Talk Cowboys, even though some of y'all say I work for Jerry. Jerry comes out in the same week and said, I hired Matt Eberflus. And for me, it wasn't a problem to it's not a problem for me that Jerry hired Matt Eberflus. That's not a problem for me. I clearly said, I put this on X. I don't have a problem with Jerry hiring Eberflus. What I would have a problem with is if Jerry is not letting if he's not letting Brian Schottenheimer oversee Matt Eberflus. And the one thing I'm going to give Brian Schottenheimer so much credit for. Mike McCarthy waited until the end of his tenure when the wall was already crumbling down. It was then that he started talking about going across the hall. Yeah, we're going across the hall. We're spending time in the defensive room and they're over here and we're doing all kinds of things and we're going to different rooms. He waited until the end of his tenure. Brian Schottenheimer. I'm going to give Brian Schottenheimer so much credit. It seems to me that Brian Schottenheimer took it upon himself to go into the defensive room and not just sit there with Matt Eberflus. He didn't just sit there with Matt Eberflus, y'all. Matt Eberflus and Brian Schottenheimer put their heads together, and Brian Schottenheimer told Matt Eberflus, this is how I would attack you. Well, if we don't realize it by now, and some of this is because of Rain Dakota Prescott, because we've seen Dak Prescott do this, and I've already told you this the other day. We saw Dak do it with Jason Garrett. We saw Dak do it with Mike McCarthy. We saw Dak do it with Kellen Moore. Now we're watching Dak do it with Brian Schottenheimer. Dak Prescott has always put up video game banana bunker numbers with these offensive coordinators. But Brian Schottenheimer went into the defensive room, told Matt Eberflus how he would attack his defense, and they made adjustments based on the way that he told him he would attack him. I'm giving Brian Schottenheimer so much credit. Brian Schottenheimer is doing the one thing or controlling the one thing he can control, himself. I'm giving Brian Schottenheimer so much credit for that. He's controlling himself. He's doing the things that he can do. He's not worried about how so many people, they just kind of, okay, it's Jerry. Brian is saying, no, I know who Jerry is, but I'm going to be who I am. I want to win. That's all Brian is saying. I want to win. I'm going into the defensive room, and I'm going to help Brian Schottenheimer to win some games. I mean, Matt Eberflus to win some games. Whoo, boy. I got to give him credit. I do. I got to give Brian Schottenheimer so much credit because, and even Jerry is crediting him. I'm telling us, man, Brian Schottenheimer is doing something to me that a lot of coaches that have coached here were not willing to do. That when Jerry told them certain things or when Jerry said certain things, they would just get turned off, cry to the media, or give divisive answers, whatever the case may be, like they're crying for help. I've noticed Brian Schottenheimer hasn't done that one time. Brian Schottenheimer has pulled up his pants like a man. He's admitted where he's been wrong, shortcomings. And rather than just saying, oh, that's Matt Eberflus's defense, Brian Schottenheimer went in that doggone defensive room and said, this is my team. And that's why I said I'm not going to go, all conspiratorial and say, Matt Eberflus. I just couldn't even see where I wasn't buying that this is Matt Eberflus's team. There's no way. There'd be a mutiny if Jerry tried to make this into Matt Eberflus's team. I don't see where it would benefit Matt Eberflus to sabotage Brian Schottenheimer. He actually needs to win so that maybe he gets another chance at a head coaching job. I don't believe I didn't see any of that stuff. But I can tell you what I do see. I see Brian Schottenheimer working his butt off to prove to his team that he wants to win. I'm telling you, man, I give him credit, and I'm so happy that Jerry is giving him credit. Man, Brian Schottenheimer is working his butt off. He is.
There for a 60-yard field goal. What are you doing?
Well, I tell you, it doesn't surprise me, and that's ironic when we step out there. As a matter of fact, when we punted at the end, that makes you say, well, let's try a big long one here. But that was the right call. But still, offensively, we've got really a lot of variation of what we can do to win football games with the Cowboys. We're going to get better than we showed today on defense. Now we've got to stay in this hunt and be there at the end so that we get a chance to get in those playoffs and then hopefully be a better team than we saw out there today.
Can you share anything more about Trayvon Diggs' situation and just your concern level?
Well, we always, I don't want to say that we didn't miss it out there today. That's not fair. But that was a crazy, that was a fluke situation. But certainly we're not expecting Trayvon to be outlawed.
Have you learned what exactly happened?
Well, I don't know that the combination of the injury and how it impacted his regarding concussion issue. I'm not so sure that I know the detail of how that happened. Not the way I would if there had been an injury on the field. We normally would see that on TV. We would see how an injury happens. And in this particular case, it was home and unrecorded.
So he hasn't told you what happened?
Oh, he said what happened. But again, and I'm not saying that didn't happen. But a lot of times you're not the best viewer of what happened to you. Somebody else may have had a better look than you did. I don't know.
Can you share what he said happened?
Again, no, I won't get into that.
Boy, y'all better hear Jerry Jones if y'all don't hear Jerry Jones. Boy, y'all better hear Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is the first one. Jerry Jones is now the first one that has said that he knows what happened now. Now, everybody else has been saying They don't know what happened. Jerry is now saying, well, I know what he told us. Jerry said, I know what he told us, but I can't verify that it happened. He's just basically saying, I can't verify that it happened. All I'm telling you is what he told. Jerry said he told us something, but I'm not going to go into what he told us. Did I not tell y'all earlier how strange this sounds? Man, this sounds strange, man. Man, this sounds strange. Nobody knows what happened. But now Jerry knows what happened. But Jerry ain't going to tell us what happened. And Jerry just said, I'm just telling, he told us what happened. We can't verify this what happened. Boy, you can't make this stuff up, man. Boy, you can't make this stuff up.
Bottom line is that I do expect him back.
Jerry, does this result maybe entice you a little bit more to make a trade before the deadline defensively to take the defense to another level?
No. And again, a trade situation, in my mind, has to have all of the criteria that would stand on its own.
What's the criteria?
We've got players, and we've got players coming back
that
I think we can be very competitive with as we go on into toward the playoffs. So that's one thing. Now, this is the time of year when you do see some opportunities according to how it's constructed. We're pretty proud of all those picks that we've got coming in the future, and want to use them to add to what you saw out here today.
Jerry, Matt Eberflus.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Now, this sounds a little bit different. Let's see what Jerry says this week. But Jerry is banking on Demarion Overshown. He's banking on Cooper Beebe. He's banking on when they come back, this defense is going to be that much better. Are we hearing what Jerry is saying? And this don't sound like Jerry from last week. Jerry said that by the time Demarion Overshown get here, the Cowboys are going to they're going to have something in place. So wait a minute. Now he's talking about those picks. We're glad we got those picks for the future. But it sounded like he was talking before like he's glad they got those picks for the present. Well, I'm telling, and I believe what Jerry is saying. I've said this before. The problem the Cowboys have is that I don't think there's a single player they can get that changes this defense exponentially. I don't think there's a single player, and if it is a single player, I mean, you're talking about the Cowboys would literally have to go call somebody and say, we want this player on your team, and we're going to give you a first. Because the Cowboys don't need a player. The Cowboys need a great player. If the Cowboys make a trade, they don't need a Jonathan Mingo. And I'm not knocking Jonathan Mingo. But Jonathan Mingo isn't an immediate impact player to where he steps on your team and he makes it just immediately 5 times better. He may turn out to be a very good player in the future. But the Cowboys, and I think Jerry is realizing this. If the Cowboys, if you're truly talking about the Cowboys getting a player that makes the kind of impact that may push their defense over the top, I mean, you're basically talking about you'd have to go and get one of the top 5 pass rushers. Well, you've already let go of Michael Parsons, so you're not doing that. So that means that if you're talking about a pass rusher, you could only be talking about Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Watt, the guy from the Houston Texans. You're only talking about a handful of guys that you can go and get to do that. And so what do? Are you going to trade a second-round pick? I mean, are you going to trade a first-round pick for a player who don't come in and just exponentially change your defense? I think Jerry is saying they're not willing to, and I don't know if it's necessarily they're not willing. You're going to have to give up the farm to get Max Crosby from the Raiders. You call the Raiders about Max Crosby, they're not going to just want a first. They're probably going to want a first and a second because you're calling them. Jerry said after the day he don't get any urgency because he's saying the defense played well. We're going to see how this continues to go. I can tell you this, if anybody else catches this the way I called it, this ain't going to fly with a lot of fans.
Eberflus has made some changes today, definitely ran a lot more man, definitely blitzed a little bit more. When players see their coach make changes like that and get positive results, what does that do for players?
Well, I think that we all recognize that the players have to execute those changes. They have to execute those plans, Des. You wrote the book on it. When a player executes a plan that was thought out, that makes everybody be stronger. That builds confidence, yes. And I think that built something out there today for defense in light of how it hadn't been that way the last few games.
How impressive have you been with Javonte Williams in the run game to start the season?
Well, I think we have one of the best in Javonte. I think we have one of the best running backs in the NFL. And
what up, Niecy? What up, boss
way
Cowboy?
He was running earlier in the game was important to us to get the momentum we got going in this game. And so I feel good. I was glad to see Blue get some. And so I like where we are in our running game. And I like.
Yeah, the Cowboys are looking really good offensively, but they're looking really, really, really good offensively. But Jerry, man, we got to give Jerry credit as much as people try to tear Jerry down. When are people going to start saying that Jerry, when you look at what Jerry did offensively, what Jerry did offensively with George Pickens, I mean, to me, that's kind of like, okay, yeah, you got George Pickens. That's a good thing because who didn't really know George Pickens was good? I don't think anybody, as Jay Recruiter said, I don't think a lot of people realize. And again, I still say that Dak Prescott just elevates. If you're good, Dak will make you look great. If you're great, Dak can make you elite. If you're elite, Dak makes you an alien. Dak Prescott can literally make you an alien if you are CeeDee Lamb, if you're George Pickens, if you gave him Jamar Chase, if you gave him Justin Jefferson. If you think the wide receivers are good now, let Dak Prescott get a hold of them. But I think the one player that we're really not giving Jerry enough credit for, and we got to give him credit for Booker, but the one player we're not giving Jerry enough credit for, and myself included, is that doggone Javonte Williams. Oh! Man, that doggone Javonte Williams is an absolute monster. I still think they need, and I think they have the change of pace running back, and I think that running back is Jaden Blue. It seems like it seems like now maybe they're just bringing him along slowly but surely. They're bringing him along slowly and surely, and they're building his confidence. Because I don't know, y'all tell me what you think as you watch Jaden Blue run. You can tell that Jaden Blue has absolutely a different type of gear. But I also see Jaden Blue running and kind of, maybe I could be going crazy. But Jaden Blue to me runs in a way to where he's looking for the home run. He's looking for that crease, that opening to where he can hit that next gear. Now, Javonte Williams don't have that gear. And so Javonte Williams, he just hits it. Power hits it, and if it ain't there, he gonna make it be there. Javonte will just knock people out of the hole, or he'll make a hole by just, bam, just hitting people. But it's like Jaden Blue is running, trying to, can I get it? Because if I can get the crease, then I'm gonna hit that next gear. So I think they're acclimating him slowly but surely. And I think we're going to see even more of him against the Denver Broncos. But I can tell you this, y'all mark it. Y'all mark it, y'all book it. Javonte Williams against the Denver Broncos? Boy, we better get ready. Javonte Williams against the Denver Broncos? He going to tell us, no big deal, just another game. Shoo. Watch how he run. This is the game. I won't be surprised he run 200. I will not be surprised he run 200 on on Denver. 150, 200. I won't be surprised. But Jerry's telling us again. I'm just saying, listen to him. I like what our running game is. Jerry ain't going out and getting no running back. Jerry ain't going out and getting no running back. I like what our run game is. I like the players we have coming back. Jerry is basically telling us something. Unless somebody called me about those picks are probably going to be to get Matt Eberflus the players that he wants for this defense, because Jerry has already told us in a very cryptic way, I don't want to get another defensive coordinator and have 4 defensive coordinators in 4 years.
Where we are with the blocking and everything that's associated with the running game. But boy, that quarterback's playing lights out, Dak Prescott, and that'll make a lot of good parts of your offense look good.
Yeah.
You alluded at a couple of different points over the last week or two about the possibility of making some trades during the season if you can help your defense in some way. Does today's performance dissuade you from wanting to do that, or you still feel like you're in that space?
Not at all. I feel just as inclined or not inclined, really, and I'm not trying to be any way. I don't have anything in front of me right now that I'm interested in.
I said this last week. For as much as people want the Cowboys to start trading, the reality is simple. There isn't a single player. The Cowboys actually need 2 to 3 players. There's not a single player that can come in defensively. Because if it was that single player, then we really shouldn't have got rid of Michael Parsons. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like I wouldn't want Myles Garrett, especially Myles Garrett. It's not like I wouldn't want Trey Hendrickson, but I don't really know how much they really change the defense. I don't know if it just, and I'm not saying it doesn't make it better because it does, but I don't think it turns it into a championship defense. And I kind of think that's what Jerry is. I think he's saying it don't change it into a championship defense. We'll see how it goes down the road. We'll see how it goes. I'm still not ruling out them doing something at the trade deadline. I'm still not ruling it out. But I do think Jerry's preparing us just in case he don't do anything. I think he's preparing us. But again, Boss Cowboy, he's talking about, I think, Trevon Diggs. He asking who replaces Trevon Diggs. Now, Boss Cowboy, had you asked me this 3 years ago, I don't think anybody would have told you that there's a replacement for Trevon Diggs. But if you ask me this today, I guess my question is, what has Trevon Diggs done that he wouldn't be easy to replace? Because we're all having to admit, whether we want to or not, man, Trevon Diggs ain't Trevon Diggs. I'm comparing Trevon Diggs against Trevon Diggs. Trevon Diggs ain't Trevon Diggs. Trevon Diggs, if we're really being honest with ourselves, Trayvon Diggs is 1 year away from being Trayvon Diggs. And we hope he's going to be Trayvon Diggs 1 year from being Trayvon Diggs. You typically don't come off of those Trayvon Diggs injuries and you're good the very next season. I mean, unless you're Adrian Peterson, who was a freak of nature. Unless you're Adrian Peterson, most people don't come off those knee injuries and immediately be who they were the first year. They become who they were the second year. But Trayvon Diggs turned around and got injured again. And so now Trayvon Diggs has another setback. So if we were all asking this question 2 to 3 years ago, I don't think anybody would say, hey, man, we can't replace Trayvon. People would have been saying 2 or 3 years ago before these injuries, man, shoot, now Trayvon Diggs top 5. Trayvon Diggs top 3. Now, man, Trayvon Diggs, we just got to be honest. Trayvon Diggs is not a top 5 cornerback. Trayvon Diggs is not a top 10 cornerback. He's not. He's not a top 10 cornerback. He's never been a burner before he was injured. He's definitely not a burner now. So to ask who's going to replace Diggs, I mean, they look pretty good today. They look pretty good today. I don't think replacing Diggs is that big of a deal. I don't think replacing Diggs is that big of a deal. But again, boss, you wasn't here at the beginning. I'm prefacing this in conversation about Trayvon Diggs. The conversation about Trayvon Diggs, actually for me, is not about Trayvon Diggs' performance. I don't think Trayvon Diggs wants to be here. I don't think Trayvon Diggs wants to be here. And it don't even seem like to me the Cowboys want him here. And there definitely seems to be something between him and Matt Eberflus. And I don't find it to be a coincidence the way this man was coaching today without Trayvon Diggs. Without Trayvon Diggs being on the field. This man was a different animal today. He was a different animal. Nisi said the Commanders is going to catapult Glenn into the Hall of Fame. Oh, man. Yeah. Corliss Piper, he said, I'll take you, boss, over Diggs. Man, I'm telling us. Man, if you'd have asked any of us this question 3 years ago, there was nobody that could replace Diggs. But Diggs ain't what he used to be. And Diggs' biggest enemy is Trayvon Diggs. None of us are comparing Trayvon Diggs to anybody but Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs is his own enemy because he can't play like he used to play. Not only can he not play the way he used to play, Matt Eberflus is not going to call a defense the way he wants to play or the way he believes that fits his style of playing. Eberflus is not going to do it. Because once Eberflus, if they give Eberflus another season, all they're going to do is get Eberflus the players that he wants. I just think the Cowboys, I just think it would be better for Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs and the Cowboys to go ahead and part ways with this thing. Dominique Pittman said trade for Buda Baker. Yeah, I remember Buda was like that a couple of years ago. I'm not sure where he is now, but he was definitely like that. Jamal Ism said, gee, with the state the Jets are in, you wouldn't go after Sauce. Now, let me tell you something. Hey, Jamal Ism, Sauce Gardner? Shoot. Problem is, I don't think the Jets going to depart with him. Man, if you went and start talking to the Jets about Sauce Gardner, nah, man. You go to the Jets talking about Sauce Gardner, put it in your mind now. You giving up a first-round draft pick and maybe even a fifth or whatever the Cowboys got in that later round. You're talking about a first, whatever they got on the back end, and a player. Man, woo. Hey, but I tell you this. I would give up a first-round draft pick for Sauce Gardner. Now I don't think Jerry would, but I would. Man, I'd give up a first rounder for Sauce Gardner. That is, I mean, Sauce Gardner is one of them cornerbacks, man. I would do that. But I don't know. I just don't know at this point in time. I think we got the same dynamic that we have going on with Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons was not a performance issue. I don't even think Trevon Diggs is a performance issue. There is something else going on talking about Trevon Diggs. This isn't a performance issue. And it's no coincidence. All of this to me is just, it's no coincidence. How did the day Trevon Diggs ain't playing, how did the communication get better? How did the communication get better the day he don't play? How did the defense play better the day he don't play? Because we've been saying that, we've been saying, for example, that Trevon Diggs and Deron Bland are man corners. So you're telling me Traquez Bridges is a man corner? You're telling me that Kyrie Elam, the reason why he hasn't looked good is he's a man corner? Oh, are we telling me that Reddy played better because he's a man corner and the linebackers play better man and the safeties play better man? Or are we saying all these things? The attitude that this man was coached. That's why this is not about Trevon Diggs' performance to me. I'm not looking at Trevon Diggs' performance. I'm looking at the way everything operated, the energy that Matt Eberflus had. This dude was a different man today. He actually looked like a coach on the sideline today. You can tell, anybody can tell me that there are coincidences. I don't believe in them. I don't believe that everything falls into place the week this dude don't play. It don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Haven't noodled up something that I might be interested in. You have to go within the boundaries of what's possible. You hear from other clubs as we get on into the trading deadline. We'll see if something there to help us. But I'm not going to holler in my pillow if we don't get a trade.
Jerry's preparing us. Now, this ain't how he sound. This ain't how Jerry sounded last week on the radio. He said that by the time DeMario Overshawn comes back, we plan to have something else in place or something to that effect. That ain't how he sounded now. Jerry's basically saying that if we get something, we get something. If we don't, we don't. Just, hey, man, we got 2 more weeks. We have 2 more weeks. Maybe something can happen in another couple of weeks that'll make the Cowboys pick up the phone. Maybe something to happen. But I can tell you this, Jerry is preparing us. Don't get your hopes up that we about to go out here and get a Trey Hendrickson or a Max Crosby. Just telling us Jerry's preparing us. In Jerry style, he's preparing us. But we'll see what happens. But if it was me, if I was Cowboys, I would be trying to put together trade packages. I think, but the problem is, if we put together these trade packages that I'm thinking of, I'm just wondering if other teams would want them. We say, put Sam Williams in a trade package. Would anybody want Sam Williams? Put Mozzie Smith in a trade package. Would anybody want Mozzie Smith? Put Trayvon Diggs in a trade package. Would anybody want Trayvon Diggs? I mean, these are questions that I would be trying to find the answers to if I were the Cowboys. But at this point, I'm just telling you, Jerry is telling you, get prepared. Unless somebody come with something that makes sense to us, we ain't doing nothing. That's all he's saying. We ain't doing nothing. Niecy said, those Pickens catches are mind-blowing. I cheered so much my throat is sore. Yeah. Andrew Pickens is an alien. With Dak Prescott, he's an alien. He looks so much better with Dak Prescott than he's ever looked. He's an alien with Dak Prescott. There is no doubt about it. He's an alien with Dak Prescott. Ronnie Dub said the quiet part is, I think Eberflus is the unspoken co-head coach. His salary is very close to Shoddy's. I don't even know what his salary is. I would definitely like to know what his salary is. But Jerry already knows there'd be a mutiny if he tried to make Matt Eberflus the coach. Man, the fan base would lose their mind if Jerry tried to make Matt Eberflus the coach. But I say this. I'm giving Brian Schottenheimer all the credit in the world. Because Brian Schottenheimer is coaching his butt off. And he's not settling for Jerry hired Matt Eberflus. I'm going to let Matt Eberflus do his thing. And no. Brian Schottenheimer is controlling the part he can control himself. And I'm glad that Jerry is giving him the credit that he deserves. The first person he credited for the change in the defense is Brian Schottenheimer. Appreciate that, Jerry. Beat you up. He said, Jerry, listen to your grandpa. Don't listen to your grandpa, Jerry. Hey, beat you up. Jerry's preparing us, man. Jerry's preparing us. We're going to see. We're going to see. But I'm not gonna lose any kind of hope, because we'll see what happens over the next 2 weeks. The Denver Broncos might come out and thrash the Cowboys, and then they get into emergency mode. So we'll see. But I'll tell you this, if the Cowboys go out and manhandle the Denver Broncos, then they go out and manhandle the Arizona Cardinals, shoot, them picks gonna be here next year. Them picks gonna be here next year. Okay, so Ronnie, you know you found the salaries out. Okay, Shotty $4.5 million, Flus $4 million. Wow, appreciate that super chat. Wow. And I guess I could see that with Matt Eberflus, ex-head coach, Brian Schottenheimer's first-year coaching. I guess I can see it. Niecy, you ain't lying. Jerry, I'm sick of you not closing them doggone curtains. I don't know what's up with Jerry. I don't know what's up with Jerry and them doggone curtains. Don't make sense to me. Niecy, I said the same thing to my sons today. I said, this dude, Marcus Mariota, still got some legs. Still got some legs. All right, let me see here. That man, Darren Posey, up in here. Darren Posey, what up with you? All right, let's get some more into this. Woo, Niecy. Did you check out my video on John Gruden, Niecy? Niecy said Gruden needs to trash this defense every week. We will definitely see a little improvement each week. Man, this man tore that defense down and described it to a T. He described it to a T. He did a great job.
Because I feel good about the makeup of the personnel we got on the team right now.
Did George Pickens make you feel better about the Suns filling the windows?
Well, I don't see that. I don't think the Sun would bother a player like George Pickens. I've really never seen one that bothered him, to tell you the truth.
It didn't seem to bother him today.
Well, if the Sun bothers people, the Sun's been around a long time.
Niecy, Jerry just answered your curtain question.
Jerry, when you see the man coverage and the blitzing work like it did today, does it make you think, hey, why weren't we committed to this a little more earlier in the season when it was as effective as it was today?
I can always, when something works, you think, well, maybe we should have been trying that before. Mm-hmm. But I know what we're trying to do defensively. And what I can appreciate about today, and I hope our fans see, is the way we are making changes, the way we're executing, making those changes. And by the way, if you go back and look at that film, you'll see us doing the same things we've been doing the last 4 or 5 weeks, a whole bunch of them, but we're executing. And they're the same things we've been doing for 4 or 5 weeks, but they executed them today. Now, there were some things we did different, but we were executing some of the very same things, and yet we were hitting the gaps and making the plays defensively. So much for change, yeah. I like the fact that everybody pitched in and got the result today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's be truthful here. Let's be truthful here. I think Brian Schottenheimer's comment earlier was spot on. People might not believe what Jerry Jones is saying. I want to see what the stats come out to be of how many plays that the Cowboys play man-to-man. What was the percentage? But Jerry is actually spot on too. The Cowboys did do things that they did the same. They did do some of the same things they've been doing. But Brian Schottenheimer said it best. Let's pump the brakes on the man-to-man thing. It made sense this week to go man-to-man. You're playing the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th wide receiver for the Washington Commanders. We better have to beat them. I mean, if we can't play them man-to-man, we're going to really be in trouble the rest of the season. Now, if McLaurin, if Debo, if Noah plays, I bet you they don't go man-to-man as much as they did today. Because McLaurin, Debo, I'm not sure about Noah, but McLaurin and Debo would have been a tougher out for these Cowboys cornerbacks to go one-on-one with. They would have been a tougher out. So it made sense today. It made sense to go one-on-one. It makes sense. I mean, this isn't really rocket science. It makes sense. And in this instance, just put the Jerry hate out of your mind for a minute. It makes sense. Why wouldn't you play man-to-man against an inferior wide receiver crew? Why wouldn't you? If there's one game you could do it, it's this one. You could do it. But as we go forward, depending upon how this defense or this secondary look, you're not going to be able to do that as much because Matt Eberflus is running that zone because he's telling you he don't have the confidence in the players. That is exactly what he's telling us. You don't have confidence in those players. He don't have the confidence in those players. Darren Posey, I keep saying this. Diggs isn't 100%. And the problem is he may not be 100% this year. And Diggs is making too much money. I mean, I'm just keeping it 1,000% real. He make too much money. He's not $13 million better than other cornerbacks on the Cowboys team. He's not. We're not talking about the same Trevon Diggs. He's not better. He's not exponentially better. I don't think he's better than, I definitely don't think he's better than Bland at this time. But how much better is he than Elam? How much better is he than Elam? We don't know how much better he is. Trayvon Diggs ain't got the legs no more. It's just a fact. It is what it is. And the Cowboys don't need to be spending that kind of money on a cornerback that at the end of the day, all he is average. Right now, he's average compared to even the cornerbacks on the Cowboys team. He's average. We're saying this man can play man-to-man, and we don't even know if he can play man-to-man. I'll tell you this, energy plug, you hit it right on the head. I think Triquez Bridges is going to be a special player low key. Man, I'll tell you right now, this dude's going to start getting snaps. Triquez Bridges is going to get snaps. And with where the Cowboys are with Trayvon Diggs, and this is why I keep saying, this isn't a performance issue with me, though. And I don't think it's a performance issue with the Cowboys. The same way Michael Parsons wasn't a performance issue with the Cowboys. It wasn't a performance issue. We can slice this any way we want to, but the facts are the facts. Matt Eberflus looked different attitude with Trayvon Diggs not there, and the communication with the team was better without Trayvon Diggs there. And why is this? This has to be one of the biggest coincidences in the world that all of these things come together the game that Trayvon Diggs is not playing. Y'all can believe in coincidences all you want to. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in coincidences. I don't. All these things don't come together when one player is out. Coincidentally, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Something isn't right about this. And then he comes down, and I'm laughing because Jerry, yeah, man, he told us what happened. We can't verify it because normally you can verify it. They don't know what happened to this man. They don't know what happened to him. But I can tell you what's strange. Nobody knew what happened to him, but all of a sudden Jerry says, yeah, I know what happened to him. Okay. Nisi said Jerry sounds like he's about to say, I'm happy we stuck at the DQ. Yeah. Yeah, Jerry, hey, Dak and Shotty did him in.
They responded well to Diggs being out, which obviously, was a set.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know who this dude is in these glasses, but did you hear what he's saying? Excuse me. Did you hear what he's saying? If you think this is coincidence, you don't understand what coincidence means. How does the day Trayvon Diggs is out, the communication is better, the physicality is better, the team energy is different, Matt Eberflus is different, he's calling the game different, and some of that is because of the three receivers of the Commanders being out. But just look at the attitude. This man was high-fiving, low-fiving, butt-tapping, yelling at the referee. Matt Eberflus was into this game like it was a playoff game. And the players' response to him, I mean, could it be any better today? Come on, we can't think this is coincidence. That's why I'm telling you, this ain't no performance issue. This is not a performance issue. Whoever this dude is right here in these glasses, he's asking the same question. How the team responded without Trayvon Diggs. Watch this.
And yet we were hitting the gaps and making the plays defensively.
Because, see, he's painting Jerry into a corner. Because Jerry is saying if you look at the film, we ran a lot of the same stuff we've been running. The difference is execution. The issue is discipline. The difference is the communication. The difference is all these things went right on the day that Trayvon Diggs didn't play. Okay, I'm going to let y'all, whoever want to keep that, if you want to say that it's just a coincidence, you can say it all you want to. I don't believe in them.
So much for change, yeah. I like the fact that everybody pitched in and got the result today.
Mm-hmm. And they responded well to Diggs being out, which obviously, was a setback. But yeah.
Well, and again, let me be real clear. I don't think there was a response to Diggs being out at all. I think what you saw out there was just guys playing good football, individually being responsible, stepping their game up, not because of Diggs, just stepping their game up because they owe it to everybody to do.
No. See, but Jerry's got to understand the same thing that we all have to understand. Because the guy is asking the logical question. Yeah, Jerry, I hear everything you're saying. But why does this all happen the day Trayvon Diggs ain't playing? Why does it happen the day Trayvon Diggs not playing? Why? Why does everything come together the day Trayvon Diggs don't play? Why? Explain it. Now, I know what Jerry is trying to do. He's saying, oh, no, it's not because of Trayvon Diggs. Jerry, you can tell us anything you want to. But you don't get that many coincidences. All this stuff that Jerry said that happened. Jerry, you might as well not even explain it, bro, because you can't explain it. You can't explain it. Why does everything go right? It would be like you being off for a week and you come back and they're saying, we had the best week. How would you like to be off at your job one week and the week you off, they tell you, we had the best week of work we ever had? How would that make you feel? Oh, man, when you were off, boy, everything not only was smooth, it was better. The morale was up. Everybody was high-fiving. I mean, everything, man, it was a vibe while you was out. Okay? I'm gonna let y'all tell it. That's why this guy's pressing Jerry so hard on this issue, and Jerry's trying to say it's not a response to Diggs. Okay, Jerry, if it's not a response to Diggs, can you still explain to us we're not just talking about the game plan. We're talking about the energy of the team. We're talking about Matt Eberflus and how his whole vibe was just different without Trayvon Diggs being in the stadium.
Do that. That's what we saw. But you don't, there's no such thing as that we're going to show that we can do it without Diggs. Yeah. It's not the case at all. At all. It doesn't work that way. What you saw out there today was guys, whatever the defense that was called, you saw them executing it back across the.
But see, Jerry is trying to get out of the corner. But Jerry don't realize what he's saying don't make sense. But Jerry, but why though? Why did everything work? Why did everything work with Trayvon Diggs being out? Why did everything work? Why? Why did it work? You can say it wasn't a response to Trayvon Diggs, and I'm sure that people didn't put in their mind it was a response to Trayvon Diggs, but I can tell you this, that sometimes when certain people are no longer around, when that tension is no longer in the room, that people just respond better. Because they don't have to worry about this person and their attitude and what they're saying and what they're not doing and whatever the case may be. The absence of people sometimes, while they may not be responding to that person's absence per se, but they are responding in a way that they feel better and now they're performing better if that person's not around. Jerry can say anything he wants to, but it does work like that. It does. Many, if you haven't experienced that, keep on living. Keep on living. There are certain people in your life and they are stumbling blocks. There are just certain people in life in general, on your job, in places that you congregate, they are stumbling blocks. And it's amazing how great things go sometimes when that person isn't around. But again, this was a perfect storm. It was a perfect storm in a sense, the team that you played. It made sense this week to go man because you should have been able to beat these wide receivers in man. A lot of things, I can see those parts. But again, that's why I keep saying I'm not making this about the performance. I'm looking at the attitude. And this team's attitude, and especially Matt Eberflus, Jerry can tell me anything he wants to. That's why I'm not talking about the performance. I'm talking about the way these people were acting. Nisi said, true, G, because Shotty and coaches don't have to turn the play sheet. Because Shotty and the coaches don't have to turn the play sheet before the game. Man, I'm telling you. This dude, Brian, man, I'm giving Brian all kinds of credit. Derek, I hope all is well. He said, gee, Cowboys told Dan Quinn that you're not running the ball between the tackles today. You're not just going to do it. Yeah. Yeah. Bama boy, I agree. We should have won last week. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Also, Jerry better find a way to keep Pickens. He is. I think he is. I've been saying this from the beginning. All roads point to Pickens. All roads point to, they've been pointing to George Pickens. Jerry likes an explosive offense. He's going to pay him. Yeah, he's going to pay him. You watch what I tell you. He will pay him. Jerry's not going to go through this again. Trying to find a second wide receiver has been hard. Yeah, he's going to do it. Bama boy said, gee, and that's the issue. Jerry's always hiring an assistant coach before his head coach. Yeah. Yeah. A head coach should hire his own guys, period. Jerry's been doing this for a while. Now, where I'm going to give Jerry credit is that it seems that he is, though, allowing Brian Schottenheimer to oversee Matt Eberflus. And that's why he said, I'm giving credit to Brian Schottenheimer. He didn't credit Matt Eberflus first. He credited Brian Schottenheimer because Brian Schottenheimer put in the work to help Matt Eberflus get better. Nisi said they would trade for the gippiest player that equals cheap and a one-year loaner. And Nisi, that's why I don't think they're going to make a trade. The only way, if they bring in the kind of player you talking about, which I don't doubt that's possible, it won't be one of those first or second picks. They're not trading those first round picks. I can tell you now. They're not trading those. I mean, unless somebody comes along. I mean, unless some team is willing to give up a player way cheaper than what they're worth, they still know the way the Cowboys are doing. But I'm telling you, Jerry's already preparing us. This is Jerry. Now, I still say I think the Cowboys are going to do something, but I think the Cowboys are preparing us that they're not going to do what many of us are wanting them to do. We're wanting them to go out and get these Max Crosbys and Trey Hendricksons. I still say something would have to push them to do it. For example, losing the next 2 games. But if you lose the next 2 games, you're 3-5-1. What's the chances? If you go 3-5-1, you would have what? 8 games left. You go 3-5-1. What's the chances of you winning 8 games in a row? Or what's the chances of you winning 6 out of 8? This is a very sticky part of the schedule. Because if the Cowboys lose these next 2 games, should they go and blow those picks? Should they go and blow them if they're 3-5-1? Which I don't think they're going to lose the next 2 games. I think the Arizona game will be a slam dunk. Because they've been scoring every home game, they've scored 40-plus points, and I don't think it's going to change with the Arizona Cardinals. But if they win that one and lose to Denver, Jerry's already kind of saying in a sense, hey, we kind of like he's saying we like our situation.
Hey, when something strange like that happens, a guy has an accident at home and it causes a concussion, like you as GM, like do you try to get to the bottom of that quickly? Do you wait for somebody to come to you, like here's what we're hearing from Trayvon? Like how do you handle something like that?
Well, I just, first of all, want to make sure that no rules have been violated that would hurt the person or the team. Things like law enforcement, those kinds of rules like that. Beyond that, these players are in such a spotlight. And the kinds of things that a lot of us have happened to us, knots on our head, bumps on our back, all that kind of stuff. When you're at where these players are, then that's a higher accountability. Okay. To answer your question, no, I don't go looking it up at all. I really don't. I see what is given me, and I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
And frankly, I'm satisfied what any player tells me until we get to the point where I'm not satisfied with it.
And this,
But it doesn't. That's not different for a player. That's different for all of our relationships in life.
but is he progressing pretty well in terms of the concussion or whatever he's dealing with, protocols?
I haven't had a doctor's report today at all, but I don't think the nature of his injury was something that will impact us for multiple weeks ahead. I think it could possibly be behind us this week.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. This is not some kind of smoking gun deal here at all. No, he had an accident, and I'm good with that, and he'll be back out here playing.
Okay.
And we need him. If he'll join in and play his game the way these guys have adjusted to play their game, we'll be a lot better team with Diggs.
Yeah, and you had to like seen that pick six today from Ron.
Yes,
yeah.
But let me just say this: nothing about Diggs and his injury situation right now, or the cause of his injury situation, gives me any concern about his future. Okay. Not one bit of it. And future being next week.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where it is. That covers.
Boy, Jerry, boy. Boy, Jerry, man, you know what? This thing with Trayvon Diggs, it's just crazy. It's just, I don't care how you slice this thing with Trayvon Diggs. This is why whoever this dude is in these glasses, this is why he's pressing Jerry so hard. Man, this whole situation is strange. Man, this situation, man, this seemed like something out of some kind of doggone movie, man. I mean, Jerry's sitting here talking about knots on the head and bumps on the back. I'm like, what in the world is this man talking about? Whatever. I did catch something that he said. I don't know if y'all caught what he said. Y'all can take it any kind of way you want to. Jerry said, if Diggs will come back and join in, if Diggs will come back and join in and do the things these guys did, we'll be better with Diggs. Okay, okay. Let me go back here. I just want you to catch what he's saying.
Yeah. This is not some kind of smoking gun deal here at all. No, he had an accident, and I'm good with that, and he'll be back out here playing.
Okay.
And we need him. If he'll join in, and
we need him. If he'll join in. What does that mean? He wasn't joined in before? If he'll join in.
Play his game the way these guys have adjusted to play their game.
If he'll play his game the way these guys have adjusted to play their game,
we'll be a lot better team with Diggs.
Yeah. Tell me anything you want to. Man, y'all got to learn how to read Jerry Jones. I said this last week. Don't tell Jerry Jones no secrets. True. Don't you tell Jerry Jones no secrets. Jerry Jones gonna reveal your doggone secrets. don't you tell those secrets. And this is why this is all so strange. This stuff is crazy they're talking about, man. this whole Trayvon Diggs. And Jerry, hey, I believe what he says. I'm gonna take his word. Yeah, we heard you in the beginning. You can't verify what he's telling you happened. You can't verify it. So you're going to take his word for it, and you're not going to try to look any further into it, because at the end of the day, we already know Trayvon Diggs is going to be gone at the end of this sooner. But Ronnie said can't give up those picks even for a superstar veteran because they may find the next great thing on a rookie contract in the draft. Ronnie Doug, I don't think they're going to part with those picks. And I think Jerry just gave us exactly. Niecy said the same thing. Niecy, I agree with you. This dude, boy, Man, don't you tell Jerry nothing. That's all I'm telling you. Don't you tell Jerry any secrets you want to keep. Greg DK, he basically said Diggs is full of you know what. Sound like it to me too, Greg. It sound like it to me too. And that's why whoever this guy is in these glasses, boy, he pressing Jerry hard. Because this is all strange. Come on, Jerry. You can't tell us that this isn't a response to Trayvon Diggs. And I do believe you when you say it's not like people said, hey, man, Trayvon Diggs is out. Let's prove we can play better without him. But I do think there's something to be said. They look different without him. You can't argue that point. And not only did they look different without him, the mentality, the atmosphere, the physicality, the communication, Matt Eberflus' whole demeanor. I mean, how is all this happen to be different the day that Trayvon? Okay. Like I said, y'all can believe in coincidences all you want to. I don't believe in them. I don't. And that's why this guy is pressing him so hard on that subject.
Yeah, and you had to like seeing that pick six today from Ron.
Yes,
yeah.
But let me just say this: nothing about Diggs and his injury
What up,
situation
Rich Lloyd?
right now, or the cause of his injury situation, gives me any concern about his future. Not one bit of it. And future being next week.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where it is. That covers a lot of ground there. The extent of the injury, whether or not there's circumstances, extenuating circumstances that have to be addressed. I don't see anything that I'm familiar with about the injury that keep him from playing starting next week.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
How about them Cowboys, Brian Worley?
Jerry, is Dak the MVP?
Judge, do you have any other questions for me?
Is Dak the MVP of the league right now, Jerry?
What?
Is Dak Prescott the MVP of the league right now?
No
Well,
doubt.
he's mine, and he should be Cowboy fans.
No doubt.
And he gives us a tremendous opportunity. And this team is really following him. And this team can play against the league competition, just like you saw today. Can play that way, and it can get better.
He's played at a high level before, but right now it seems like there isn't really a bad game coming from Dak. Are you seeing any differences in kind of?
Yeah, Rich Lloyd, I'm with you on this part right here. This is what I was explaining earlier about Jaden Blue. I think where Jaden Blue is now is that we know Jaden Blue got another. There's no doubt Jaden Blue has a different gear than most people on the field. And it seems like when I watch him run, he's trying to find that crease or that daylight to where he can turn that next gear on. Unlike Javonte Williams gets the ball and just hits that gear and hits whoever in front of him. You know, he might make one guy miss, but after that, it's going to be a violent collision for the most part. But this dude, Jaden Blue, is almost like he's trying to find himself, and he's trying to find that place to where he can break that big run. And I think what he's going to have to learn about this NFL game is it don't come as easy in the pros as it came in college. I mean, you playing against guys in college who are going to go on to be investment bankers and engineers and architects. I mean, these guys ain't even thinking about playing football after the college career is over. But in the pros, these are professionals. So you're not always going to get that daylight unless somebody either design it or you're going to have to make a man miss. And I did notice one of the things they talked about with Jaden Blue on his college profile is sometimes he goes down a little bit too easy. If he don't make the first man miss, he goes down. He goes down. But, hey, I still love what I'm seeing from him. 7 for 29? Shoot, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, 7 for 29, I'll take it. It's just a matter of time that Brian's going to keep working them in. It's just a matter of time. Yeah. Bama Boy said, yeah, just be patient on Blue. Trust me. Don't want him anywhere else, especially in the division. He's got to get there. And that's what I think they're doing. I think they're bringing him along slowly. And again, he's got to learn, bro, you're not always going to get them big runs. So you're gonna have to also turn that speed on some of the shorter runs. Let me see here. Who just made this comment? Hold on. It flipped on me. Hold on. Let me go back. Some people come in. They don't be here at the beginning. The champ said, bro, Washington didn't have their whole squad. I can tell you came in late, the champ. We've been saying this for the longest. I've been saying this for the longest. They were missing their top 3 wide receivers. That's why I said what Brian Schottenheimer said at the beginning, and I don't even think what Jerry is saying is a lie. It's just common sense. It made sense to run man today. Do we not realize we were playing the 4th and 5th and 6th receivers? It made sense. It just makes sense. So I understand it. They won't do that as much going up. I will not be surprised they won't do that as much going up against the Denver Broncos, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they can handle it too. Maybe they can handle up on the Denver Broncos too. Beat you up, he said bench Diggs. Oh, man. Bevel Boy said, I'll take Myles Garrett. I would too. Sure, I would too. He said, sacks with the quarterbacks changes the game, especially if your back end is horrible. Well, they got a couple today. But again, I want Jerry to kind of pump the brakes. And let's kind of see what this thing look like for another couple of weeks, because maybe he sees something next week. He says, maybe I am going to go and try to get whatever you fill in the blank, a pass rusher, a linebacker, or a cornerback. Maybe he says that. Chanel said this defense is still not ready. Commanders scored 22 points. They are a team that was in dismay today with some of their key players. The defense should not have allowed 22 points against a depleted team. Yeah, we can, again, I think we can admit that. I think the game would have been different defensively. I think it's the same offensively. And I still say the Cowboys win the game because the Commanders would have had to score a buku of points. Even with their starters, they would have had to have scored a buku of points to beat the Cowboys, because of everybody, I think, is going to have to score a buku. The only way you're beating the Cowboys, you're either going to have to score 40 points or you're going to have to hold them below 30. The Green Bay Packers couldn't even beat the Cowboys because the Cowboys scored 40. So you wound up with a tie. The teams that have beaten us have basically kept us below 27 points. That's kind of the answer. Hey, Darren C. Davis. I forgot about this one. Savon Revel Jr. is going to replace Diggs. I do agree. I do think that's true too. Only thing is, we might be seeing a red shirt year from Savon Revel Jr. We'll see what happens, because I think Savon Revel Jr. had a setback in training camp that they're not talking about. And so don't be surprised if you don't see him playing this year. Or if you do, it might be late in the season, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see on Savon Revel Jr., but I think that's a great observation. I thought when they got Savon Revel Jr., that's what they got him for. But we're gonna see next week. Chanel said on Friday or Saturday, check all the teams that put players as injured and won't play in Sunday's games. Those players will probably be on the trade block. Well, Chanel, I can tell you this. We either had 2 strange illnesses this week, or we just had 2 coincidences this past week. Monday night, the Bengals against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Did anybody notice that Trey Hendrickson was missing? If I'm not mistaken, Trey Hendrickson was missing from that game with some kind of strange injury. Not only was Trey Hendrickson missing from that game, today we see Trevon Diggs missing from this game. I don't know. Let me see here. I just saw somebody asked a great question. I think it flipped down on me. Hold on. Nisi, I 100% agree. She said it's a mouth issue. She said they're getting rid of all the mouthpieces on our defense. I agree. Yeah, Rich Lloyd, you're right. The scheme needs solid tackling corners. But I'll tell you this, hey, Rich, they tackle well today. I'll give them credit. They tackle well today. Chanel Sauce Gardner has been getting an extreme amount of penalties this year. I don't know if that's been his MO in the past, but I did notice they said he has gotten, I think, more penalties this year than he's gotten a long time. Yeah, he's getting a lot of penalties. The referees are really cracking down on him. Terry Tatum, I agree. I think that this is a locker room issue about Trevon Diggs. This is why a performance argument for Trevon Diggs to me don't hold water. I don't care about his performance because I don't think it's his performance that's the problem. But yeah, I would love to have Patrick Surtain, man. But I don't think the Jets going to depart with him. But if they did depart with him, you might as well get ready. You probably giving up a 1 and a 2 for him. I think the Cowboys are going to roll with Savon Revel Jr. They've already signed Elam. I think they'll go in next year's draft and they'll sign them another cornerback. Rich Lloyd said Jerry lies and lies well. I tell you this, boy, this whole thing sounds just crazy to me.
His approach, or is this just the same Dak and we're just seeing even better results?
Well, I think he and Brian, when Brian was addressing this year, he and Dak had some things in mind that they wanted to work into timing, wanted to work into several technical aspects. When I say several, maybe a few, but basically it has to do with his actual techniques as opposed to anything about his leadership or anything about that. And that was on the table, and we got some benefit last year, but we knew we were going to really get some benefit from it this year. Yes, I can see the work that Dak and Brian have done during this past off season. I can see it improving Dak's game.
Do you feel like Clayton Adams is getting enough respect for kind of what he's done to this offense on both the passing and running?
Yeah, this seems to be a trend, Davion Wallace.
He should be. They make quite a team. Brian's the guy that hired him, and Clayton is an outstanding coach.
Lisa Worley, my wife, was screaming too.
Tell you that this is a great opportunity, and we're glad we had it. And I like the emphasis between those guys have offensive line background in there, both Clayton and then other people we have. That was a key plus for me when I looked at the makeup of the staff is the offensive line background that this group has. We've actually got 3 that have that background.
You made the move for Pickens, probably had some expectations. Have you exceeded?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. And I said earlier, his expectation, what he's done as a teammate and what he's done to thrive on their really respect and appreciation for what he's doing. And then you're seeing him just grow with that. And so it's what happens when you have a talented player like that all of a sudden starts really working with confidence with talented people around him. And you bet he's, in my opinion, you guys have your own opinion, but in my opinion, he's one of the best receivers there are. You put him with Lamb, you put him out there with Turpin, and you put him with 2 or 3 of those young ones, and we've got a great receiving core with our tight ends.
What do you say to fans who are nervous that he has the same agent as Micah Parsons, and they're worried that he's...
Oh, I wouldn't. Don't pay any attention to that at all. No attention to that at all. And too much was made of that. Okay, that the agent actually had something to do with the ultimate decision of where we were. It almost had 0 to do with it. Period. And that's not a negative. It just didn't have that kind of influence with it. I was going to be where I was with Micah relative to dollars and cents. I don't care who represented him.
Well, that's Jerry Jones. We're going to have to sit back and wait because Jerry went from saying that we were going to have something. Jerry Whipham said that we was going to have something by the time the Mario Show got back to now. Jerry all of a sudden is now saying that he don't have anything. Now, he had already said he didn't really have anything in front of him as far as making a trade or anything like that. But man, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. Y'all don't get your hopes up.
How is this?
Just don't get your hopes up. All right, let's listen to a couple of player interviews before we get out of here tonight. It looks like we got CeeDee Lamb, Deron Bland, Javonte Williams, Kenny Clark. He'll probably tell us some things about his injury. Also, Diggy Zua. Dak Prescott is a pretty long interview. We'll probably listen to that one tomorrow on our live stream show. I mean, for whatever reason, they talked to Dak for 30 minutes. So that's a little too long for us to break down tonight. But let's check out these other interviews. Man, we got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens up in this thing, man. Good fellas up in here. Let's go.
You guys having together?
Super fun, super fun. We talk about this every day. Just grateful for each other. We compete with each other every day, and I feel like the best part about it is that we want each other to win the most. So,
how do you feel being back out there?
It's exciting, man. I'm watching my dog go crazy for the last 4 weeks. I'm pretty sure he enjoyed it, but I'm just taking the load off him a little bit, and then making him play true, to the offense and to what we got going, and it's fun.
On that touchdown, it seems like George helped you swing open. What was that play?
That's no surprise to me. He always helps him. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we brought him here. It's exciting. And he was the first person I saw after I caught it, and it was nowhere there, so I already knew what it was.
You talk about him going off. We saw, some of your big celebrations with some of his crazy catches the last few weeks, but does that not motivate you a little bit coming back?
I mean, I'm a competitor. I'm going to always be motivated, but I love to see him do his thing, though. You know what I'm saying? That's why we brought him here, and I feel like he's having so much fun here.
How different was the experience today than it was prior to when you got hurt in the Bears game? Now that you guys are that much more in sync and you're that much more a part of this offense, do you guys feel a noticeable difference in upscale in that regard?
Yeah, I definitely say more explosive. With having him back and Turk and a few other guys, it make the offense explosive. So kind of like how he said, you got to be true to the offense. And when you got all of us out there, you can't guard all of us.
George, your numbers weren't the same when he was out, but the impact was with the big catch before the half. How much did it feel like you were still having that impact even with him back?
Kind of like you said, me knowing that I can impact the game right before the half, we get points before the half, helping the defense. They come out in the halftime, we got to stop Jane Daniels. So I feel like I still affected the game in a positive way.
CeeDee, some touchdowns are better than others, but when it's a long touchdown and you two are running side by side like that, what's that like on the field with guys separated all the way down the field like that?
At that point, that turned into our touchdown. You know what I'm saying? And it's just again, it's whoever brings the ball in. And I feel like with that, short, sweet, and simple, let's continue to do that and many more in the future.
Do you feel like your touchdown too?
Yeah, I was super excited. His first game back from the injury, me, I'm just super excited, and I'm glad we got the dub.
George, bring us through the celebration. Was it smooth? Were you happy with it?
Super smooth. Super smooth.
How excited do y'all get when Jake Ferguson has a big game like tonight?
Man, it's really just everybody, all pieces to this offense. And Ferg, we know he's going to do his thing. He's going to get it by any means, and we love that about him. He's gritty, he's a hard worker, and he deserves it.
Where does this one go?
This one the best one I've been on, and I've been on some great ones. It's just the way that we can move around these pieces and these players, and everybody know everywhere to go. We can line up faster than any. It's tough. It's tough.
Last 4 games, Dak, 13 touchdowns, no turnovers, over 1,000 passing yards.
That's for Dak,
20
man.
passer rating.
That's Dak, man.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Nah, I haven't, and I'm sure he's going to continue to do that. And again, it's only week 7. We still got plenty more to go, so much more work to do, and we got to get better as an offense. Obviously, I feel like there's some meat on the bone that we left out there, and I feel like we can get better.
Just knowing Dak as you do, how much does it mean for you guys both to see him performing like this?
It's exciting, man. I mean, all the critics that was going on, you don't hear too much going on now. Now they just waiting on something, and that's just how it is. And for him, I know it's tough. I'm just being a quarterback for this franchise. It's a big burden, but, I mean, there's a lot of people quiet right now, so I guess it's pretty good.
George, what have you learned?
I'll probably say the same thing, just me looking on the outside in. a lot of hate that he has gotten and how the way he's playing now. I don't really like, kind of like he said, I don't really hear people saying anything about him now.
This is still a very
What up, Jungie?
new
Yeah, we
thing
still
in the
rocking, man.
grand
We're gonna
scheme
be
of
off
things.
in a
Only
few,
about
but we
6
still
months or so
rocking.
You guys have even been together, but here you are standing here together, talking to the media as a tandem, and obviously you guys are cooking up multiple celebrations in one season together. Well, how has this relationship grown just in half a year?
Oh, it's been great, honestly, especially for me on and off the field. I feel like I said, it kind of get us close when we're in training camp and we're staying, in apartments right next to each other. And I feel like that's the real reason why we got one of the best offenses in the league, just the camaraderie from the guys.
You guys go to Bobby's off the field
Game and relax. Listen to YB and talk about ball all day. It don't matter. Honestly, it don't matter. I'm going to be real.
Whose idea was it to best play the team together?
I just thought it'd be cool. Get to see two good receivers and do the interview at once.
And now? Was it as cool as you thought it would be?
Yeah, very, very cool.
Thanks, guys.
So appreciate y'all. Exactly.
Man, I'm telling you. The Dallas Cowboys have had probably, as it applies to wide receiver duos, the Cowboys may have probably, if you looked at the top 25 all-time wide receiver duos, the Cowboys may absolutely have two of those duos in the top 10. Drew Pearson and Tony Hill were a problem. People do not understand how great Drew Pearson and especially Tony Hill was at the wide receiver position. There's a reason why they got Super Bowls. You think about Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper. Probably not as great as Drew Pearson and Tony Hill, but Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper, for that short time they were together, they were absolutely incredible. Now, people talk a lot of nonsense about Michael Irvin. I don't know what people be talking about. They must not saw this man play. Man, Michael Irvin, man, I'm telling you, there are not many wide receivers in history I would take over Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin, the intangibles were incredible. But George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, if they can sign George Pickens, if the Cowboys can sign George Pickens, and I think they're going to sign him, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are going to challenge Drew Pearson and Tony Hill as the best Dallas Cowboy wide receiver duo ever. They're going to challenge them. And with Dak Prescott, CD, and Pickens, barring any kind of health issues, they are going to put up numbers that are going to be mind-blowing. They're going to put up mind-blowing numbers. They have the opportunity to be the best, not only wide receiver duo in Cowboys history, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb with Dak Prescott, and Brian Schottenheimer, the way he's calling these plays, tailored towards the way Dak likes to play. They have the opportunity to be one of the top wide receiver duos that the NFL has ever seen. I'm telling you, they're that much of a problem. They are that much of a problem. And that's why I believe Jerry's going to sign George Pickens. All roads have always pointed to George Pickens. They're signing George Pickens, and I don't care if they sign him for the same amount that they signed CeeDee Lamb to. They're going to pay George Pickens. They have to. I mean, he just changes the entire team, how dangerous the team is. Anything you bring in along with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, it just makes it that much more incredible. Yeah, they're signing George Pickens. There's no doubt about it. Let's check out DeRon Bland after that pick six. Yeah, okay, Nisa, you said you saw the video on that man John Gruden. Shoot, John Gruden laid it down on the Cowboys. And they came out, Angie, and did a lot of the things that John Gruden criticized them for, they look better. But again, it was the Washington Commanders without all the players. Next week, we're going to see if this defense has really changed. We're going to see if it's really made steps.
Didn't see me, Mario didn't see me in that open space, so I was like, oh, I got to go get this one. Even though the sun was beaming in my face a little bit, but it was good.
Did you have a hard time seeing the ball? I mean, was it tough?
A little bit, but it was like more so just don't drop it because I felt like it was just me in the end zone. So
close the window.
You had the pick sixes, which is crazy, but you've set the NFL record or the Cowboys record. I mean, what does that mean to you when you reflect back into what you've accomplished already at this point in your career?
To me, it's just really just kind of keep stacking. You know, I haven't been up to my level of play that I think I could play at so far, but today is hopefully keep going.
Is there a frustration going into this game that you hadn't gotten your hands on a ball of any kind yet?
A little bit, but at the same time, you can't just go try to chase it because you ain't got it. But yeah, there's a little bit of frustration with that.
How much of the improvement that you guys had today is because of that? How much was because of the players?
Well, it was just we was all on the same page, getting our details, and we was able to play fast out there. So it was really just.
Vance Revel was really good in college.
So it was a great day.
Was it noticeable the fact that you did play more man?
Yeah, definitely it is a little bit. I always like as a corner cover guy, I like to be playing the man a little bit. So.
What's easier to be out your details on those things when you play more man?
Yeah, because there's less things you got to look at.
Ron, what can you say about a coach like Eberflus who's drawing so much heat and coming in and mostly running zone, but being open to hearing what you guys want as far as that would put you in best position to succeed, and then going out there and making those changes for you guys?
Yeah, I feel like he's done a great job. Trying to get everybody on the same page. And talking to the players and seeing what we like to do and seeing like what we see. So I think he's doing a great job with that.
When the feedback you guys give to him is actually used by him and executed in terms of the game plan, in terms of running more man, what does that do for players when your feedback is heard, you execute?
It just brings another confidence. You got a coach that you be confident in and that you can see what you see, and then you give the confidence just to go out there and play for him.
Can you speak to a young guy like Trey Quest, stepping up, because it probably wasn't until Friday that he got a lot of the reps?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's been practicing all week, but yeah, he's doing a great job, being in and taking every opportunity he gets.
When you first came into the league and you got your first pick six, the next few came in bunches.
Yeah.
There's another bunch coming up?
Hopefully, only time can tell.
For it all be paying off.
Yeah, that boy DeRon Bland played very well. Man, let me tell you something. Let me see here. Moke Wills 1. That's Marcus Mosher? Man, let me tell you something. You see people on X and you see those avatars and stuff, man, and you think, man, okay, that's Marcus Mosher. Got you. Okay, because he's always on X saying and reporting stuff. So, okay, I follow him on X. So, okay, I'll pay more attention because it's obvious he's a part of that crew that hangs around, that gets access to the Cowboys. John Jones, he said, Denver got to bring some to get some. Hey, I'm just telling you, the Cowboys offense is going to be a tough out for anybody. I don't care how good they are. They're going to be a tough out for anybody. The Cowboys have a plethora of weapons, and they can beat you all kinds of ways. The Cowboys offense, they're going to be a problem for everybody they face. It's just the bottom line. Dan Doobie, he said, dominant performance without Diggs, he out of here. Man, I'm just saying, Prime Rage TV, if we can only get this defense together, we could have a Super Bowl run. Man, hey, you know what? Let's just keep praying and hoping. I still think the Cowboys are going to do something at the trade deadline. I don't think they're going to go out and get Max Crosby. Everybody needs to pump the brakes on Trey Hendrickson. Pump the brakes on all that stuff. Pump the brakes on that stuff. I do think they're going to get somebody. Maybe they even get somebodies. But looking for that big-time player, I don't think it's going to happen. Wait a minute. Wait. Moke Will said, oh, okay, he has a podcast with Werder. Okay, Big Rumbowski told me about that. Okay, you say he's a low rent reporter. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I see him on X. I see him on X quite a bit. Hey, Energy Plug, if you talking about Troy replace Trayvon Diggs, why not? Why not? Because I'm just telling us, man, Trayvon Diggs, it's like we're talking about the old Trayvon Diggs. He ain't that much better if he is better, because I definitely don't think he's better than Bland. I don't think he's better than Bland. Especially at this point, I don't think he's better than Bland. And so the Cowboys can do without Trayvon Diggs. There's no doubt about it. They can do without Trayvon Diggs.
It looked good.
Have you ever been a part of a quarterback on such a special streak?
Probably not at this level. Maybe in college, but I mean, he playing lights out. So I mean, all credit to him.
That was the first time you guys were able to score the first drive since week 1. Was there a special emphasis on getting out the quick start this week?
Yeah. I mean, we always try to emphasize that, but I feel like just us executing and playing well, and I mean, everybody clicking on the same cylinders, communication. I feel like all that really went into it.
Man, that man Javonte Williams, boy, man, that jacket he got on is tough. like Spider-Man with them. Hey, that jacket he got on is tough. Hey, man, you said Rich Lord, the dude in the glasses, will be gone next week. Who was that? You talking about Mosher? Let me see. Yeah, Denver played the New York Giants, and the Giants gave them everything they could handle. Niecy said, man, we always said that at my job when the big boss was on vacation for 2 weeks. The cat was away and we played. Niecy, I'm telling you. Man, let me tell you the one thing you don't want. I don't care what anyone says. If you are the starting quarterback, for example, you want the quarterback who comes in to be successful. You don't want him to look better than you. You don't want your back. You don't want when you're gone from your job. You don't want things to be better without you at your job. If things are better without you at your job, and then when you come back and things go, let me tell you how crazy this is. So, Trayvon Diggs didn't play today. They're saying this is the best game they played all year. I'm still kind of struggling with that because I'm thinking that maybe the Eagles game was the best game they played all year. But I guess when you start looking at statistics and all of these things, complimentary, they're saying this is the best game they played this year. So if this is the best game you played this year, you play that game without Diggs. So what if you come back next week and you're doing the same things you did this week? Diggs is a starter, and then you look worse or you look the same that you did before you played the Commanders. What do you think people are saying? Okay. I'm going to let us tell it. I'm going to let people tell it. But DaRon Bland, he looked good today. Let's see. Diggs is not the quarterback of this defense. So when did I say that Diggs is the quarterback of the defense? Do what? What in the world are you talking about? Jerry not only right when you want him to be, Jerry's not saying what you want him to say. Diggs is not who would even say that Diggs is the quarterback of the defense? What in the world are you talking about? I'm telling you the facts. You don't have to like the facts. The facts are the facts is this, Bert, whether you like it or not. And even Mosher questioning Jerry. Jerry can't deny the facts. The facts are the facts. The Cowboys defense without Trayvon Diggs looked 10 times better today. Even if it was the Washington Commanders. The defense looked better. The defense played better. Matt Eberflus called a better game. Matt Eberflus had different energy. Matt Eberflus was into this game in ways we haven't seen it. You can't deny those facts, and neither can Jerry. I don't have to tell you. It doesn't matter what you're saying Jerry said. Jerry is trying to cover what he's saying. But if anybody didn't see that everything went right on a day that Trayvon Diggs was not here, if you call that coincidence, well, you can call it what you want to. I don't believe in coincidences. The communication is right. Everything is right when Trayvon Diggs is gone. You tell me what you want to, but I'm not going to believe you. You don't have to believe me. I'm not going to believe you. But there is something inherently wrong if everything goes right the day you don't play. It just happens to go right the day you don't play. Okay, I'll let you tell it. But I'm also listening to what Jerry is saying. You can believe it's flawed all you want to. But I don't believe in coincidences. Everything goes right the day Diggs ain't here. You can't make it make sense. You can't, and nobody can make that make sense. Everything went right on a day that Diggs didn't play. You can't make it make sense. If everything is going wrong the days you're on your job, and then the day that you're off your job, everything goes right, I bet you this, you won't be at your job long. I won't be at my job long. If everything goes right, and I don't have that kind of job, but back in the day when I had those kinds of jobs, if things are better when I'm not there, I'm not going to be there long. Bottom line in the story. All right, let's listen to who the next person is right here.
Or whatever the case may be.
Kenny Clark. I think Kenny Clark is okay. Somebody said he had a bruised elbow, so I think Kenny Clark's going to be okay.
And just good to see everybody just constantly just fighting and trying to get them on negative situations, and we made plays when we had to.
What do you think it says about this group that you all were able to bounce back? I know you were frustrated about last week and to come out and play like you did today.
Yeah, we knew they was gonna run. They wanted to run the ball. They didn't have a lot of their receivers, and just proud of how physical we played. We ran to the ball. Did everything that we talked about, and got turnovers. That's how we play defense, and that's our standard. And we got to just keep building on this.
As a defensive,
see, this is why I say that as I said things about Diggs, I'm telling you this is not a performance issue. I don't think it's necessarily a performance issue with Diggs. I think it's an attitude issue with Diggs. I think it's something along those lines. But again, this is why I understand who we played today. And this is why I say, too, as we think about the man-to-man stuff, okay, let's kind of understand that today's game was a game that said you can play man-to-man because you're playing 4th, 5th, and 6th receivers. So you played man-to-man today, and it was successful. But again, I wonder if they play that same game if McLaurin, Debo, and Noah are there. I wonder if they play that same game. But again, you can only play who you play, and you can only play who's in front of you. So there's no point in being negative about it. The Cowboys now just have to build off this. You just have to build off this. Matt Eberflus, it sounds like the Kyrie Elam is saying that Matt Eberflus has been kind of coming to them asking, what do you like? What do you see? Okay, that's a great step by Matt Eberflus. That's a great step by Matt Eberflus. So keep going along those lines. Keep going along those lines, and let's see what happens.
What's it like watching your offense from the sideline put up over 40 points every single game that you've been here so far?
Just amazing, man. I ain't had an offense
you talking
like
about
this
Moses?
for sure. So they balling, and we're gonna keep needing this. Needing that throughout the whole year. And, we're going to keep getting better as a defense, and we're going to be a tough team to beat.
What up, Hoodie Kush?
People were worried about the injury when you left. And give us an update. How you feeling? You okay?
I'll be all right. Yeah. So, I don't even know. I'll find out tomorrow. But, yeah, it was just elbow stuff.
I feel like we did a good job of getting our feet in the grass and just being able to play free.
When the ball was coming like this,
you guys feel just more responsibility to hold up here?
1,000%. 1,000%. They've been humming all year, so definitely feels good to be able to play some complimentary football.
Also, that starting the second half, 2 turnovers, of course, turning them into scores. Just what was that like? Kind of starting off the second half that way and really kind of putting this one away.
Great momentum builder, you know what I mean? And we know just got to continue to finish and close it out. Not sure. I feel like we just got to watch the tape. Had a good plan. Know that we're dealing with mobile quarterbacks. I feel like we did a good job of getting the pressure. Guys that were blitzing were doing a good job of getting pressure. There's some good rushes by some of the ends and stuff like that, and some good games and whatnot. I feel like we had a solid rush plan.
How much of today was just about you guys are just tired of hearing about defensive struggles of this football team?
I mean, we know who we have in our rooms or on our defense, you know, so we know what we're capable of, and just knowing that, owning that, and playing up to our standard.
We keep hearing about, what, third DC in 3 years. Are we finally starting to get a little bit
Definitely takes some time when stuff like that happens and you see a lot of change. It takes a little bit of time. I think it's starting to come together a little bit.
What do you build off today?
Offense don't be like that everywhere you go. So when you got an offense that can high power, like they can pick the ball in the air or run it, it's pretty great when you got a defense. All you want to go out there and do is rush the passer, and they put us in a lot of them situations. So we just got to execute on defense, and I think it'll work out for us at the end. Just keep playing together throughout the season.
David, you've been getting seemingly closer and closer to this game that you played, and then you get today, you run defense, pass breakup, and you're finally able to get home on the sack. Do you feel like you're finding your groove now?
Oh, for sure. I was telling Coach that I felt like I had to go through a little camp when I first got here. I was told him to come off that couch. It's a little different when you hop up off that couch, but yeah, I feel much better now than I did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Even playing out here, so just practicing, I feel much better. So yeah, this is part of the game. Get back into it, and I told him I said I feel much better this week than I have in the past few weeks. So I think I've got my feet up under me, and I'm ready to rock. And he let me rock out today.
Yeah.
At the same time, football is football. It's really just the guys. The tackles are just a lot better. So that's pretty much a thing. But in terms of game speed and stuff like that, I think the game speed was solid. But I'm just I'm happy to continue to grow.
Seeing you against Philly in Week 1 and angles you were taking versus what you're doing now, I mean, you'd think it was in the season. It's only been 6 or 7 weeks. What's changed?
I would just say getting more comfortable with game plan stuff. Okay. I feel like. And being more free, I guess, kind of not trying to limit myself because I understand the magnitude of the game and, first game of my NFL career, and I got Syracuse. I got certain tackles across from me, and I got to stick to the game plan, and it's just like, go play free, go play football. And I think that was the message. That's been the message from Coach White Kai, and we appreciate him for that. He wants us to go play free so we can do what we need to do. That's all.
What's your biggest takeaway from today for you personally?
For me personally? You got to continue to strain. And I think for me, nothing worth having comes easy. So I'm just very excited and very grateful for the opportunity today, for a great win, great team win on all sides of the ball, and to get my first sack for sure.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Your next field goal would be an NFL record from 60+.
Yes, I guess, but it's going to be a living record. I feel like with kickers getting better and better every year, it's going to be tough to hold on to that one with just 5.
What does it mean to have that record for now?
Yeah, it's it feels good. Feels like I've set myself apart with a particular set of skills, I guess, that are hard to replicate. So I just want to keep showing that every week if I can.
You've kicked 100 field goals now here in your NFL career, 7 games into your 3rd season. Are you surprised, amazed a little bit at what you've accomplished? 91%.
This Lord got me rolls up in here, boy.
Yeah, my goal's always been to be at 90%. So we're doing just good enough to meet that goal, and hopefully I can keep that going for a career.
Nicholas Zuniga,
my
I'm struggling to
definitely hits
believe
my
it
head
too.
harder, so yes.
I'm struggling to believe it too.
Anyone?
What did it feel to have, obviously a game like this all together, and just everyone seemed really hyped up coming off the field?
Yeah, it feels like a complete game. Obviously, we can't say that without looking at the film first, but that's the feeling you get when felt like we dominated in all 3 phases. So we got to go over the film, celebrate it a little bit, and then move on to the next game and hopefully repeat the performance.
I'm with you, C-Man.
Is there a disconnect
No, just kick the ones they put in front of me.
Second place in the division now. What type of statement do you think that this one made today?
Yeah, I think it shows that we're capable of putting on a good performance like that and competing in all three phases. We got to follow it up with, stack it up with more performances like that. Show the league that we mean business. Yeah. Get that out there.
When you step out there and it's a 60-yarder, you put your foot on that star. Like, what goes through your mind? Do you get a little more amped up, maybe?
I'm going to say no. It feels like now that is well within the range. It's something I expect myself to make. So it feels like I'm just going through my process and treating it like any other kick.
Congrats.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, Bertroy, I don't know your opinion. I just don't agree with what you're saying. It's too many coincidences. It's too many coincidences. And I do agree that Jerry is not saying, you got to listen to what I'm telling you. I agree with what Jerry is saying, as in I know what Jerry is saying. Jerry is splitting hairs in saying the defense didn't say that Trevon Diggs is not playing today, so we're going to play better. That's not what he's saying. I get that's not what he's saying. But just because that's not what he's saying, it don't mean that the team didn't play better because Trevon Diggs is not playing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because Trevon Diggs may absolutely be a problem in the locker room. He may absolutely be one of the reasons why maybe Matt Eberflus has been reluctant to do certain things. And so because Trevon Diggs is not there, they didn't sit down and make a game plan and say, we're glad Trevon Diggs is not playing. No, that's not what they did. But I don't find it to be coincidental. You got to get what I'm saying. It's not coincidental that everything went right on a day that Trevon Diggs mysteriously comes down with an injury at his home. Man, if you believe that, you can believe it all you want to. I don't know what else to tell you. But that many coincidences don't happen. That is too many coincidences. All of a sudden, Brian Schottenheimer stresses, yeah, man, the communication was great today. Why today? Why would it be great today? I'm not even dealing with execution. Why would the communication be great today? If anything, the communication should not have been good today as it's been with Trevon Diggs, because you got Triquez Bridges playing. Triquez Bridges, man, this is the first game I've really seen him. But he comes in today and the communication is spot on. The performances, the execution, everything is spot on. Okay, I'm gonna let you tell it. I don't kill people on opinions on here. I'm just telling you, it's too many coincidences. And remember, this sounds like the same talk we heard right before Michael Parsons was traded to Green Bay. Jerry was saying stuff like, yeah, Michael gonna be here and blah, blah, blah. Next week, bam. Man, Jerry can split hairs all he want to, because I agree with what he's saying. Nobody said Trevon ain't playing, so let's play better. But two things can be true. They might not have said, let's play better because Trevon is not here. But they also played better because Trevon Diggs was not here. You take that how you want to. Two things can be true. And I think both of those things are true. I'm not dumb to what Jerry is saying, but I'm also not dumb to what Jerry knows happened today. And that's why when you listen to Jerry, why does he say, if there's no problem with Trevon Diggs, then why would he say that when Trevon Diggs comes back, if he will play better, if he will make the adjustments these guys have given, if he'll do the things these guys have done, well, we welcome him with open arms. Come on, man. You got to listen to what this man is saying. Jerry I don't believe for a second that Jerry believes what this man told him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And Rich Lloyd, I think you're saying the same thing. Did they ever say they might trade Parsons? They were never talking like they would trade Parsons. If anything, Jerry was saying he wasn't trading Parsons. I'm not believing what he's selling. Not on this. Niecy said Jerry's saying that Diggs is the only one rebelling against Flu's system. Say it, Niecy. You can clearly hear Jerry saying that. Why do you say if he will make the adjustments, the same adjustments these guys made? If, why does he need to make them if that's because he hasn't, he's been the one that's been rebellious towards Matt Eberflus. And that's why everything sounded and looked better today without him. It's not so much about his performance. It's about his attitude and his presence. I'm just telling you. Nichols Uninga said Diggs called in sick. Man, it's one of the strangest things I've ever heard. It's one of the strangest things. Bama Boy said Diggs took a day off to play hooky. I'm telling you, it's one of the strangest things. And it's funny to me that nobody knew anything about what happened to Trayvon Diggs, and all of a sudden now Jerry's saying, yeah, I know what happened. I think they knew what happened. I think they knew what happened from the beginning. They just didn't want to say it because they knew how strange it was. Bert said the dude in the glasses is a drama king. I don't co-sign drama football. It's not fact, just drama. Okay, so that's Marcus Mosher. Okay, I follow him on X. Yeah, and again, Bert, believe me, I'm not discounting what you're saying. I believe Jerry is saying what he's saying. But I also believe the two things can be true, and Jerry is trying to downplay that there's any problem with with Trayvon Diggs the same way he was trying to downplay that there were no problems. He kept saying, oh, man, it's a negotiation. It ain't no problem. It ain't this. Yeah, it's nothing personal. Yeah, it was personal. It was absolutely personal. That's why Michael Parsons is not here anymore. It was absolutely personal. And that's why, come on, how do you come out at the end of the statement, you say there's no problem with Trayvon Diggs, and then you start talking about if. And then notice what he said. You got to always listen to Jerry. Jerry is always playing on words. He says that the future of Trayvon Diggs, there's no problem with the future of Trayvon Diggs. And then he goes, this week, Jerry used to do this same stuff with Dak Prescott. He would say, we only go as far as Dak Prescott take us. And this is where he took us. Just taking backhand shots at Dak Prescott. He used to do that. Man, I've been around Jerry long enough to understand when Jerry is trying to say some cryptic, old crazy stuff. We're going to see, though. We're going to see where this goes. But I can tell you this, I won't be shocked if Trayvon Diggs finishes the season because, one, the Cowboys owe him, I don't know, I can't remember what the number is. What, 13 million, somewhere in there? But I think if the Cowboys wanted to trade Michael Parsons, if they want to trade Trayvon Diggs, they got two issues. One, who wants him? Two, who's going to take his salary? You got both of those issues going. Three, I don't think a lot of teams looking at him today, I don't think a lot of teams would give the Cowboys hardly anything for Trayvon Diggs. I don't. So we just may absolutely be, but we'll see. We'll see what happens at the end of by November the 4th. Chanel says, so Jerry, Diggs just had a weekend concussion. He's now eligible to come back to play the way the defense is playing now. Jerry talking in parables to the media. Come on, Chanel. Come on, man. D. Kizzle in the house. D. Kizzle, I saw this. Mike Fisher reported Trayvon Diggs' estate is up for sale. Hey, I don't know. I can just tell you, I've seen this story before. Jerry will say one thing and something else is happening. He say something that's happening. Derek said, G, do you think maybe the Cowboys have a trade partner ready for Trayvon Diggs and they're just waiting for the finalization to announce it? You never know. You never know. Yeah, his house is on the market according to Mike Fisher. Brandy said it. Diggs talk back, gone. Dez talk back, gone. Michael talk back, gone. Brandy. And when you think about Dez Bryant, it happened to Dez Bryant in the worst way. Because Dez Bryant talked back late in his career. And it's crazy to me that Dez Bryant was basically out of the league after the Cowboys. And then I think when he did come back, was it the Baltimore Ravens? Came back and tore an Achilles. Crazy. Crazy. Hey, Bass, I tell you right now, I'd take Patrick Surtain in a heartbeat. If the Cowboys got an opportunity to get Surtain, take him in a heartbeat. Even though Chanel, I agree with Chanel, man, he's had a lot of penalties this year. I know for a fact he's had a lot this year. Yeah. Big Amish. No, Mingo wasn't active. He'll be active next week. Yeah, Amish will be, Mingo will be active next week. I think that's what Stephen Jones, either Jerry Jones said. Okay, yeah, is it okay? Broncos got Surtain. The Jets got Sauce. Man, I'd love to have Surtain, but ain't nobody giving up Surtain. Nah, they ain't giving him up. That's a bad, and the Cowboys actually, I think he was the one the Cowboys actually wanted in the draft. What up, Cowboys for life? He said, this Trayvon Diggs situation doesn't make any sense to me. None. He said, I could not put my head around it either. They've traded him already or benched him because of his mouth this week. Cowboys fault. It makes no sense, and Jerry absolutely knows it. Jerry knows this don't make sense. Sounds like to me, Jerry is trying to do the same thing he did with Michael Parsons. He started talking about there was nothing with Michael Parsons, is not serious, and blah, blah, blah. And the next thing you know, the NFL world was shocked. Michael Parsons got traded. Yeah, front office, Shamar James Overshown and Maurice Leofau, they are probably going to be the linebackers unless the Cowboys can go in the draft and get somebody even better than Maurice Leofau. I think there's a place for Maurice Leofau. I'm not sure if it's a full-time starting role. Basile said the only problem with the defense today, Donovan Wilson was on the field. He can't cover. Houston needs more snaps, best pass rusher. If I'm not mistaken, Donovan Wilson went out of the game today, and Marquise Bell played today. I don't know how long, but I think Marquise Bell played today. What up, Renan? He said, but what a day to be a Cowboy fan. It's great, boy. Cowboy fans going to be walking into work tomorrow. They're going to be talking noise. Lee Time Baby, he said, I just want to see what happens if they just keep Houston on the field. Man, I said this last week. I'm going to say it again. Jadeveon Clowney and James Houston, you ever notice things happen when they're on the field together? That's who I would have. That's who I would use in passing situations. T. Kubler, he said George Pickens comeback player of the year. If Dak don't win MVP, I think Dak gonna be comeback player of the year. Dak is either gonna win MVP or comeback player of the year or both. Yeah, Dak may win both of those. Let me see here. Yeah, Alicia, this thing with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, this is why they got to keep. They have got to keep George Pickens, and I think they will. Danga said, gee, I did that dance today when Lamb got the TD with Pickens. I hope I don't get fined. Hey, man, I think everybody was going crazy today, man. It was going crazy. Wait a minute. Come on, man. Hey, Lord, you don't think the friendship look right, man? Bama Boy said last week GP called TDs. We lost this week, no TDs. We won, no selfishness. Yeah, man, they got a great relationship. And I still say they got to figure out how to get these guys the ball more. L. Carroll say, I was just gonna say that I'm leaving coincidence. Let me see here. Astro Kagler says today's game might be misleading because Commanders' offense is pretty roughed up. Yeah, the Cowboys got to be careful. But again, you can only play who you play. So they just got to build on this. They just got to build on this and be positive. Brandon Cuff said the stats are something, although we did have not 1, not 2, not 3, but at minimum 5 outstanding players with him, plus the O-line he has. It's about the defense, period. Yeah, we just got to get the defense fixed. Yeah, Alicia, Kenny Clark, man, he is a favorite. He is definitely a football player. Yeah, Rich Lloyd, that's what I want to see too. I want to see how much man did they play, because people are blowing this out of the water. Because I said I would like to see them get blitz more, 30%, run more man. So did the Cowboys run 10% man, 20%, 30%? Because we're acting like, or people are acting like they turned the whole game plan into man. Like we turned the whole thing into man. I want to see what it is. Yeah, we're pretty much last in the league in everything as far as defense goes. But hey, man, I'm telling you, great day to be a Cowboys fan. Hey, man, you can only play who in front of you. And I know they were missing players. But wouldn't it have been worse had we lost to this team? We did what we were supposed to do. We came out and beat a team that was injured. Well, I'm not going to complain, because at the end of the day, our offense continues to look great. Continues to look great. Lead time, he said, how can you trade a garbage player? Who would want him? I just don't know who would want Diggs. I really don't. I don't know who would want him and who would take his salary. Same thing with Mozzie. I don't think Mozzie necessarily has a huge salary. I just don't know who would take him. I don't. Why not? He said we did what we had to do against a wide receiver-less team. We didn't wet the bed. See, that part right there. That part right there. Had they beat us, we'd have got destroyed. So we destroyed them, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Rich Lloyd said coaches blame communication and execution when they lose. When they win, they say... Rich Lloyd said they say great community execution when they win. Man, Daniel, I'm just saying, Diggs can be traded this week. Man, this is sounding like some of that same stuff. Hey, Basil, you're exactly right. This situation started in the summer when he went to Florida, no doubt about it. Jerry and Steven called him out on it, no doubt about it. And that's why you got to listen to Jerry Jones. This man puts conditional clauses on Trayvon Diggs being welcome back. Man, I'm telling you. Jerry would talk so cryptic on you, man. Yeah, man, he told us what happened, and typically when these things happen, you see them on film, but this didn't happen on film. So he said it happened, but you can't verify it. Come on, Jerry, which one is it, man? Which one is it? Ducindo, what up? He said Rams won, glad for y'all. Cowboys won. Ducindo, I think we're going to see y'all in the playoffs. I really do. I think we're going to see y'all in the playoffs. And if the Cowboys get in the playoffs, they're going to be dangerous. Lee Time said Diggs' mouth probably got him suspended, but a closed mouth doesn't get fed. Man. Richard said Diggs acting like Michael, faking injuries on certain games. Lost in translation said Diggs had a bowel movement. I'm telling us this is one of the strangest things, man. It's strange. Coyote said, Daniel, it was a win 2 out of 3 from Panthers through Broncos. We won 1, man. We should have beat the Panthers. But I just think we're going to beat the Arizona Cardinals in the ground. The question is the Broncos. We need that game, though. We need that game bad. Basil said, Parsons was the only player on the team that would talk bad and call out Jerry and Steven with him. Parsons trade, he all alone. He's the black sheep of the team now. Man, I'm telling you, though, that day they played the Cowboys, it just didn't look right to me. Big Chuck said, man, look, they beat him up for not playing hard. Q-Town said, G, do you think the Cowboys will sign Javonte Williams to a contract extension next year? I believe so. I believe they're going to sign, I think they'll sign Javonte Williams. I mean, I just don't see why they wouldn't. I think they're going to sign him. I think the Cowboys are going to sign him, develop Phil Maffa, and I think they're going to keep on acclimating Jaden Blue, and I think they'll get better with that. Coyote said trade's still open, but we're not desperate to give away ones unless he's a game breaker. Facts. Absolute facts. Yeah, man, Surtain, shoot. I wouldn't give up 2 first rounders, but I'd give up a first and a second. Boy, El Carroll, stop it. El Carroll said Diggs was at the Green Bay game today. Lead time, I think their I don't really know what's going on with Peyton Turner, Perion Winfrey, Phil Maffa. I don't know what's going on with some of these players. Seem like they're trying to stash them as long as they can, though. Lost in Translation said, I bet you Diggs suits up next week. I won't be surprised if he does. I won't be surprised if he doesn't. I won't be surprised either way. I won't. Okay, tell it like it is. He said, what's going on? Tell it like it is. He said, I think it was 47% man. Okay, that'd be good to see. Now, again, let's be careful. Brian Schottenheimer, I believe, told the truth. The game today was a game that you could do that, playing 4th, 5th, and 6th receivers. Nah, you ain't doing that. You're probably not going to do that against the Denver Broncos. They'll probably dial that back to around 25 to 30 if they did 47%. Yeah, I believe it, 211 Reed. When Al Harris and Michael left, Diggs left mentally. He doesn't want to be here anymore. I mean, I'm telling you, man, that's why I'm not boiling this down to Diggs' performance. There is something more to this than just Diggs' performance. I'm telling us. This ain't hating on Diggs. It's just there's more to this than a performance thing about Diggs. All right, guys, we're going to be back tomorrow around 4:30. Overreaction Monday. Hey, it's not a lot to overreact to. We beat the brakes off the Commanders. But I guess if we want to overreact tomorrow, we can say the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl. So tomorrow will be Overreaction Monday. We're going to listen to some of the breakdowns from the games from some other people. We'll pull up some information and see and get more information on some of the nuts and bolts of this game. But nevertheless, hey, I love me a good blowout from the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not like most people. A lot of people say they like the game. I don't like to see a game with the Cowboys. I literally want to see the Cowboys beat teams 100-0. That's what I come here for. I want 100-0 Dallas Cowboys versus fill in the blank. Y'all tell me what you think. Great. Cowboys win today. Offense continues to hum. Dak Prescott still on an MVP run. The road to leading the signing George Pickens. And the defense. We know they were not playing against a top-tier offense. But I say they look better. And I'm going to roll with that until the next game. Man, I appreciate it. Y'all enjoy this win. Don't let nobody spoil it. We're going to see how this thing develops with Trayvon Diggs. And I think, man, I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of it. Alicia, she said, great show, G. Have a great night. Y'all too. That's the last word. Appreciate y'all. Until the next time, DC4L. God bless. Let's talk Cowboys where we talk facts. Peace.